In this video, we're going to be sculpting metal armor. We're going to be creating a chest plate. And we're going to go through the entire pipeline of sculpting, retopologizing, texturing, and rendering. And the way I'm going to show you this is I'm going to be modeling this real time, and I'm going to be talking over what I'm doing, and I'm going to be explaining what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. Now, there will be some parts where there's not too much to explain, because I'll just be working on it. And those parts will be slightly sped up to keep the video short and compact. But don't worry, I'll show you everything that you need to see. If you are interested in seeing the full unsped video, that's going to be up on the Patreon together with all the project files. So if you're interested in that, there will be a link down in the description to the Patreon and you can follow me there. But again, like I said, don't worry, you'll learn everything that you need to learn over here on YouTube. So let's get right into part 1, where we're going to be sculpting the armor in ZBRUSH. So as you can see, I already prepared a little scene for myself, just a simple mannequin. And on this, we're going to be sculpting the armor. Again, if you want to follow along one-to-one, you can find this scene up on the Patreon. And if you don't have the scene, I recommend that you work with the male CPR default project and just move the arms down a bit and cut some stuff away from the body, so you just have the torso. That was also the exact method that I used to create this mannequin. So let's go ahead and actually get started with the modeling process. So we're going to be extracting pieces from a torso. For now, I'm just going to hide the mannequin. I have this little mesh prepared. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to be using masking brushes. And we want to go ahead and mask out a nice piece to work with. So I'm going to be using the mask lasso. And we're just going to be masking something. Now, I'm not too worried about how my mask looks at this point. I'm just trying to get something. I'm just going to be trying to get like somewhat of a nice shape. But again, at this point, we're super freestyling. We shouldn't be worried too much about how anything looks. So I'm going to switch to the mask pen to get a little bit more precision. Also, the Spy menu, it's a plugin that I made. You can find it on my ArtStation if you're interested. So something like that looks fine. And next thing that we're going to do is we're going to be extracting this piece. So I'm going to go to extract. Let's set the smoothness down to 0, thickness to 0, disable T-border, and just extract and accept. Now this is going to create a new piece from our mask. So if we go ahead in solo mode, you can see now we have this new subtool. First thing that I want to do is I want to clean up the borders a little bit. Easy way to do that is just go to polish features and do a quick polish by features. You can also go ahead and open this to do it a little bit more strong, so it's nice and clean. Next thing that I want to do is I want to do a quick ZRemeshing. It doesn't really matter the poly count, we just want to get a nice topology that's not too dense. So something like that's fine. I'm going to do one more polish by features just to clean it up a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and bring our mannequin back. Just going to go ahead and inflate this piece a little bit. If you're not sure how to do this, it's right mouse button click at the last ball and just drag it. Also, let's go ahead and get rid of the bottom here. You can do an auto groups and just delete hidden. So you can see we have a pretty nice base to work with. Maybe it's a little bit too inflated. I'm just going to deflate it down a little bit. Let's go ahead and start fixing some of these little intersections. Again, don't worry, this doesn't need to be perfect. We're just trying to get some geometry that we can work with. So we need to think a little bit about the functionality of an armor-plated chest armor. So this will be impossible to turn. This will be impossible to put on. We need a front and a back piece. So what we can do is we're just going to go ahead and slice this right in the middle. Take my slice curve, and we can just slice that down. I'm going to hide one piece. I'm going to say split hidden. So this brings it down to two subtools, a back piece and a front piece. So for now, let's focus a little bit on the front piece, and we're going to ignore this back piece and just get back to that later. So I don't want you to come in with like too much of like an idea of what you're trying to create, because we're going to be exploring our design a little bit in 3D. And the easiest way to do that, in my opinion, is with Dynamesh. So the first thing that we want to do is we want to add a little bit of thickness to this. So I'm just going to turn on Dynamic Subdivisions. You can find it under Geometry, Dynamic Subdiv. Gonna add some thickness. Don't be afraid to make it quite thick. It's better to be a little bit too thick than too thin at this point. And then we're just going to be applying that. Then we're going to be doing a Dynamesh. Try to keep it like a little bit clean. It's not too bad. I think it's a little bit too thin, so I'm going to undo that. I'm just going to put the thickness up and put down the offset. Something like that. Now the reason why we want it to be nice and thick is because we don't want to create any holes in the Dynamesh, which is a lot easier if you have a nice thick mesh. Try to keep the Dynamesh like nice and low on the resolution, but not too low. Something like that's pretty nice. If you do want to follow along closely with me, on the left button here I have my active point count that you can check. Now we're just going to be trying to find the design that we like. I'm just going to start moving this down a little bit, trying to create some space for the arm to move. And I don't have anything too specific in mind for this yet. Just trying to create nice curves. You can use the pinch brush to make everything a little bit thinner. You can just pinch this together. That's pretty nice. Let's go ahead and try to give this a little bit of a more interesting shape. Now one thing that you might notice is when I'm using my move, I turn off AccuCurve quite a lot and turn it back on. So you can find AccuCurve under Brush Curve AccuCurve. And it's really nice with the move, for example, to showcase what it does. If I turn my AccuCurve off, which is the default, if I move, it creates this very round shape. Now if we turn AccuCurve on, it will create like this pointy shape. So you get like a little bit more of like a precise move, which is very nice. For example, if let's say, instead of having this like round, we want this to be like more triangle like. So if I try to do this without AccuCurve, you can see it's quite difficult and we have to kind of pinch it together. If I go back a little bit and say, okay, I'm going to turn on AccuCurve, you can see we just get a nice point when we move it. So yeah, I'm just going to be moving around my blob of geo, looking for a nice design. And at any point, if you move a lot, just do a new Dynamesh to make that topology nice and clean again. Getting a little bit of an awkward shape over there. Just take the H polish brush. It's super nice for doing any metal work or hard surface in general. You can just flatten that out a little bit. You do want to keep it with a little bit of shape to the body. Something like that. Pretty nice brush is the damn standard as well. You can start doing like some interesting things with it. For example, we can give it like a little pinch in the middle. We're just going to be defining some of the lines. And again, at this point, we're working very freely. Nothing needs to be clean. We're just trying to look for a cool design that we like. If we hold down Alt, we can push it out, creating a little bit of a nice, interesting shape there. Then we can clean up that shape a little bit using H polish. Just holding down Alt, releasing Alt and holding down Alt. I'm gonna go ahead and make a quick mask. Just control click on the border to smooth that out. Get a little bit more shape in the silhouette. For example, this is quite a boring silhouette. Easiest way to like really see silhouettes, just disable all color and I'm gonna go to flat. Also, I'm going to disable the noise on this so you can really see it. Let me just select something that we cannot see. Also, if you're looking for the switch, it's under render and flat. It's super useful. So right now, looking at this silhouette, it's quite boring. It's super straight, and it's not breaking away too much from like our mannequin's silhouette. Let me try to draw that out. So all that I really want with this armor is to like do a big break for the silhouette, so it's some more interesting shapes. What I'm trying to avoid is having like almost a perfect like straight line, because it just looks very boring. So if we go ahead and take this, we just go ahead and pull that out. Again, I'm going to be using AccuCurve for this, because I just want to pull out a point over here. Maybe something like this. Maybe pull this in a little bit, creating a more aggressive shape. Maybe we can pull this out a little bit more. So if we take a look at the silhouette right now, you can see it's looking a little bit more interesting already. Just going to go ahead and undo that, just to show you the difference. So you can see this quite boring, and this getting a little bit more interesting. Now it doesn't really look nice yet. I think this low point should be moved down a little bit more. It looks a little bit awkward being there in the middle, but we'll get to that. So sometimes it's nice to just, instead of working in the preview mode, to just work in flat. Like you cannot see a lot in this mode, but it allows us to really focus on the silhouette, which is very cool. Then later we can worry about how that looks with the lighting and everything. Just changing the color there so you can see it a little bit better from the background. You're going to take a quick look at the side, just trying to make it have some curvature. Let's go ahead and take a look how that's looking in preview. Just going to be fixing some of those little intersections. Let's go ahead and take away a little bit from the top here. We can just clay buildup and kind of destroy that. Just moving it in. Again, at this point, don't worry about your mesh being clean. All that we're worried about is finding the design that we want. So I think it's looking very elongated. So what we're going to do is we're going to take our mask rectangle. We're just going to move everything up a little bit. That's definitely looking better. Now again, with H polish, we can just polish that little pinching out. So at this point, I'm trying to find like the base of the armor. And what does that mean? Is that I'm just worried about our big primary shape. So for example, I'm not worried about, hey, maybe we do like a panel line at the chest here, maybe something here and here. First, I'm just trying to get it to fit nicely and appealing on our body, or in our case, our mannequin. For example, what I mean by that, over here, our base doesn't work. This looks very weird and elongated. It doesn't look right. So first we're really focusing on nailing that, and then we can do like some more cool stuff. So have a look at the side. I think it's going a little bit too far. And get like a little bit more shape maybe here. Don't like how this curve is looking. I want to try to get it a little bit more even. One thing that we need to be aware of, now that I'm like fixing that shape from the side, it's going to change a lot how it looks at the front. So for example, now it's completely different. So now we need to go ahead and adjust the front again. And our main goal is to find like an in-between where it works well from the side and from the front. A little bit of a weird thing in there. Just clean that up a little bit with H polish. And again, at this point, I'm not too worried about like little ugly things, But if it's something that can be fixed really fast, you might as well just fix it. So you can see a little bit better how everything is shaping up. So I'm pretty okay with how that's looking. I'm going to be trying to explore a little bit. I'm going to be trying some different lines. For example, let's make it a little bit thicker at the borders. And again, don't be worried that everything's looking very low poly and doesn't look nice, because this just makes it easy to iterate and to find a design that you like. So we're just blocking things out for now. Let's try to do something like a little bit more with the chest. Put in some lines, see if we like how that's looking. Again, we're going in with not much of an idea of what we want to make, so we're free to kind of try things. I think I'll probably keep it like a pretty simple armor, so it's nice and easy to follow along. But it's one of the most fun steps, just kind of messing around with everything and trying to find what exactly you want to make. Like that, makes it look a little bit more interesting while keeping it very simplistic. See if we can do like something a little bit more crazy maybe with the shape. That's looking pretty alright. So for now I'm satisfied with what we have for the front. We're going to go ahead and adjust a little bit more later on. I think we're at a good point to start working a little bit on the back. Because one thing that we don't want to do is like work on one piece of the armor and like completely finish it and then like move to the next piece. Want to work at like everything a little bit. So let's just start off by deleting some of this, getting it a little bit closer to that. So we hide it and say delete hidden. We're just going to go ahead and mask this and do a quick polish by features. And just like before, we're going to be doing a dynamic. Make it nice and thick. Put the offset to -100. Something like that, and apply. You just go ahead and take a look at our resolution over there. Then let's copy paste that. Also going to go ahead and fill this with a poly paint. And same for this one. So they have the same color. So again, now for the fun stuff. We're just going to be moving everything around exactly like we did at the first step to try to find something that we like. Since this is going to be like exactly the same, nothing new, I won't be commenting too much on this and you can just go ahead and take a look. But everything's the same as we did for the front plate. So over here, I'm just trying to explore like maybe a little bit more of a crazy idea with like some type of open back. Not really liking it, so I'm just gonna go back. But don't be afraid to like experiment with some crazy ideas. Just see if you can find something that you like. You can always go back. At this point, I'm just trying to, again, I'm trying to keep it simplistic, so it's easy to follow along. At this point, I do also want to try to find like something that's a little bit more unique. on this armor than just like a basic body shape that we have over here, because it will just be very boring to look at. So even though I'm trying to keep it simplistic, we can still look for like ways to make it look a little bit more interesting. But again, if you're following along, feel free to go pretty crazy, especially if you're a little bit more comfortable with 3D already. You're just trying to watch it for the workflow. But again, you can also just follow completely what I'm doing. It's all up to you. So again, like parts like this are sped up on the version on YouTube, just to make sure that the video doesn't get crazy long. But if you're interested in seeing like the full non-sped up version, it's going to be over at the Patreon, together with all the project files. At this point, I'm trying to find like a little bit of an interesting shape in the silhouette, just to make the armor a little bit less generic. Also feel free to adjust the front piece, of course, at any moment. So looking at this, I think the balance is a little bit off. Right there we got like quite a big chunk, and it's like sticking out quite a lot from the body, and over here it's like super close to the body. So I think it will help if we can bring that out a little bit. I'm trying to push it up a little bit, because I'm trying to get like a nice flow in the armor. I want it to flow like this, like the high point being at different heights. Because if that point, like the highest point in the armor and silhouette, is at the same, it's going to look very awkward. So for example, if I do something like this, it doesn't really work that nicely in my opinion, because you get a very like straight looking armor. Of course, it's like based on opinion, so there's no real right or wrong, just preference. Just kind of exploring the idea of like splitting this up into separate pieces. And this is like the strength of sculpting over like traditional polymodeling. It's so easy and fast to just explore your idea. Not really a fan of that, so I'm just gonna undo that. I think for now this is gonna be fine. Maybe we can bring that down a little bit. So let's go ahead and order our scene a little bit. So I'm just going to be creating a new folder and call this armor. Because we're going to need to go ahead and create some leather straps. We need something to hold the armor together. Right now, this would fall off the body, not very functional. So we're going to be creating some straps to hold it down. We'll create like one main strap over here, and then maybe two straps over here. So creating straps is pretty easy in ZBRUSH. We're just going to be taking our mask pen. We're going to be creating a strap like that. Then we just extract it. Again, all this values to 0. And accept it. Go ahead and clean that up, polish by features, and do a quick ZRemeshing. Doesn't let me. Let's try that again. Better. Make sure it's symmetrical. And let's give this a more appropriate color. It's like a nice reddish brown for leather. Then just with the move, let's go ahead and place this where it should be. So let's make this a little bit less thick. Let's go ahead and clean up this topology. Let's start by a ZRemesh. And then let's start cutting away some of the things. Just slice it like this. I'm going to do a delete hidden. Now we should get a nice topology. It's a little wiggly, so what we can do is we can do mask by features. So we're just going to be unmasking everything except for the corners. So you can see right now we don't have any mask except for the corners. So now if we do a polish by features, what's going to happen? It's going to pull everything in between our mask nice and straight. So you'll get something like this. And then what we have over here like this is going to be nice and straight as well. Let's give that a try. You can see how nice that's becoming. Just go ahead and fix this up a little bit, make it more even. Like that's fine. And give this some dynamic subdivisions. So add thickness and turn off post subdiv. Maybe one more smooth. And let's up the segments. So we just want to get like a nice visualization of the strap. I think we can push this down a little bit. And again, we're still looking at how we want our strap to look like. I think I also want to push this armor down a little bit more. So it starts a little bit further back and this one a little bit more over here. I'm just trying to look for something that looks nice and balanced. I'm starting to get there. I think I want the strap to be a little bit longer at the front. One way we can do that, we can take like a mask lasso, mask that and just move it out. Let's rotate it a little bit, then just adjust it with the move. Let's make this topology nice and even again, so we're going to do same. I'm also going to make sure to keep poly paint, which it didn't keep. That's nice. We have a little bit of an awkward bump over here. Easy fix. You can just do this and do polish by features. See, that becomes nice and smooth again. Just going to be pulling out a point with the AQ curve. That's going to be like our main strap. Probably a little bit longer here. It looks a little bit unbalanced. That looks a little bit too long. So now that we have our first strap in place, we can just really easily go ahead and duplicate this. Start moving this around. So at this point I'm getting like this awkward shape on it. Really easy way to get rid of that is just take the H polish and just sculpt that down so it's nice and flat. You can see that looks a lot better already. This one I'm feeling like we should point the point to the other side. Make sure we're working symmetrical. make another duplicate. It's looking pretty alright. So one thing that we do need to keep in mind. Cool, now we have straps, but it's not functional yet, because we need a way to tighten the straps and to loosen them with buckles. So first things first, we need to create a simple buckle. This buckle doesn't need to be like final, we're kind of just blocking it out. Let's go ahead and duplicate that. Make it a little bit bigger. I'm going to be turning on live boolean. I'm just going to be cutting that away. That want to work. Not quite sure why it wasn't working, but after duplicating that worked. Let's go ahead and do a mirror and weld in the Y. You can see that we're going for a simple, nice button buckle. Something like that. Use the bevel arc to round this out. Going to be enabling the X and Y and Z symmetry. So let's go ahead and do a dynamesh on this. That was way too high. Let's go ahead and try that with 128. It's looking better. Let's go ahead and round this out. So the way this brush works is you tap, you drag, and then you wait a second. And then you just go back, and that way you get a very nice bevel. I think that's a little bit too much. Something like that looks fine. I'm gonna go ahead and adjust that a little bit. And something like that looks fine. Let's go ahead and accept the boolean. So now we get this nice piece of geometry. Let's just do a dynamesh. So the first thing I want to do is I want to round out these super harsh corners over here. So again, we can do that with the bevel arc. Set up symmetry. This time we're just going to be holding down Alt and then we do it. You can see this messing up quite a lot. Let's go ahead and mask this out. Just like that. Now we can try that again. It's a little bit too much. Something like that should be fine. So the same over here. It's messing up a little bit. That's looking good. Let's do another dynamesh. Let's clean this up with some polishing. It's looking nice. Now I don't want our buckle to be like super, like hard surface like. Right now it's super like flat and perfect. I want this to be a little bit more rounded. So we're just gonna try to do an inflate, see what happens. Not exactly what I was hoping for. Can inflate it a little bit though. So what we can try is we can try to do a ZRemeshing. I'm going to try to go pretty low with this. Now I'm going to be doing a polish on this. Just gonna be subdividing that a little bit. That's a bit too much polished. Maybe like that. That's pretty alright. And inflate this a little bit and polish it a bit more. So I'm starting to like how that looks. Let's go ahead and flatten this out a bit. The only thing that I want now is a little bit more structure to it. Now it just looks super blobby and soft. So we need to go ahead and fix that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create a layer. I'm going to be using the clip curve. We're just going to clip the top off. Do the same at the back. And then let's do a quick polish. So it has a little bit more structure again. Maybe we'll actually do that for the sides as well. For the top and the bottom. I don't think I like it for that. Let's try one more thing. Take our mask rectangle. Mask this out. Maybe one more subdivision. Invert it, and we're going to be smoothing that out. Maybe a bit more of a smooth. Then inflate it. Let's just smooth that out a little bit. Let's go ahead and take a different material, just so we can kind of preview how that looks as a metal. Do another subdivision. Bake the layer. I just set the layer just in case I wanted to adjust like the strength of our flattening. I think it was pretty good from the get-go. Let's go ahead and straighten this out a little bit to highlight. And I know that we said we're just blocking it out, but you can also use this as a final mesh. In the end, I think we're getting a pretty good clean result. So I might just keep this as a final mesh. I'm going to try something and see how it looks like if we mask this. Then we flatten this a little bit. We're just scaling that. That definitely looks strange, so don't do that. Try to block it out with this damn standard. Looks kind of interesting. Just gonna try something. We're gonna create a new layer. Let's turn on that symmetry again at Y and Z. Go ahead and clean this up a little bit with the H polish. Smooth it out. Now, no, it doesn't look perfect, but again, you can always clean this up later. Or we can just keep it, because it doesn't look bad. Like it looks a little bit more aged, like it has some damage, which is nice. Because we're going for like old metal armor. I think I'm fine with that. Trying to see if we can do like a little bit more of an interesting thing with the buckle. Since we're keeping our armor like very simple, it could be cool to have a little bit more detail shown there. I definitely like it better like this. And as you might notice, I'm not looking at our buckle like this when I'm like trying to see if I like what I just did. I'm really zooming out and trying to like imagine the way it's going to look on our armor piece. So now imagine like seeing our whole scope together. We have like our strap and our armor. So our buckle is going to be quite small. We're not going to be seeing it up close. So I'm trying to see, okay, which way do I like it better? Like with this little bit of detail that we sculpted, or like this. And from this distance, I prefer it with a layer. And since this is like the main distance that we're going to be looking at it, that's how I decide, okay, I'm going to keep it like this. Now, if I were to look at it like this, I prefer it without it. But again, since we're always going to be at a distance, we need to make it for that distance. I'm just going to bake that down. So then finally, let's go ahead and add like a little thingy where we can like clip onto the ladder. Probably didn't make a lot of sense, but imagine the strap goes like in it. We're going to need like a hole in the ladder and then like a little metal hook thingy, right? So for this one, I'm going to keep it very simple. Just going to add the sphere for now. We'll see if like we adjust that a little bit later on. So a little bit of edge polish, just to give it a little bit of structure. I'm fine with that for now. Now the one thing is we want to merge this together, so we should have the same amount of subdivisions. This one has 5, so let's just subdivide this up to 5. If you have a little bit of a worse computer, I'll probably keep this at 4 subdivisions, since it doesn't make a lot of difference. So now when we merge down, we should be able to keep our subdivisions. As you can see, we still have our subdivisions. Let's go ahead and say copy. Let's go back to our order.ztl. Let's go ahead and reorganize. We're going to do a new folder called straps. Then we're going to be pasting over here our buckle. Like you can see, it can be a little bit difficult to find. If it has like super weird size, or you cannot find, just click Unify. That's in Tool Deformation Unify. And that will bring it up nicely to the front, and then we can resize it. So let's go ahead and place the buckles, and we're going to define the straps a little bit better. Just going to go ahead and delete the subdivision so we can mirror and weld. Then we can just reconstruct that. Looking at this, it's feeling a little bit too deflated, too inflated. Just gonna try to do a quick deflate, see if that helps. Notice how I'm creating a layer so we get full control over the strength of that deflate. Definitely helps a bit. Maybe we can even push it a bit further. That's not bad. Just gonna go ahead and bake that. Let's try to clean that up a little bit, just by doing a simple polish. The buckles are definitely gonna need some reworking later on. Let's try to put them at the front. I'm gonna go ahead and delete one subdivision as it's kind of slow. Maybe we can make that a little bit taller as well. Since we've adjusted quite a lot of the buckle, we'll probably do a cleanup pass later on. Can mess a little bit with the color, maybe like a bronze one. Trying to get a little bit further away from the color of the mannequin. Yeah, I definitely prefer like a bronze color. Go with that for now. Just trying to work a little bit on that interaction. So getting a little bit more close to actually having something functional. But right now, like, this would still do nothing. Like, it would just fall off the armor. So we're gonna need something to hold this down. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna take a sphere. I'm gonna use that as like a bolt. I think that's a little bit too big. So maybe we can do 2 instead. 2 small ones. Also flatten this out a bit. Make sure we got symmetry turned on. You can go ahead and control drag to create a duplicate. I think it's a little bit too big. Let's do like a deflate. I'm just gonna nudge this a bit with the move brush. It's looking alright. Then we need to do the same for the buckle. Like right now the buckle is floating, doesn't make a lot of sense. So we need a second strap. What we're gonna do is we're gonna duplicate this and hide it. Then on the duplicate, let's go ahead and cut a piece out. And delete the hidden. We're just gonna be moving that down a bit. So try to think how this would work in real life. So you'd have like a piece of leather stuck to the armor. We'll put like two rivets there as well. Then this needs to be attached to the buckle. So maybe we can do something like this. And then we'll like go around that thing. And over here be like stamped together with like some stitching or whatever. So we're gonna need to extend this a little bit. Easiest way to do it is just take Z modeler and say extrude edge loop. And we can just move this down. And do like a support loop. Then let's just start moving this down. I'm trying to match the topology that we already have established on the top. Let's go ahead and clean this up a little bit. I'm gonna go insert an extra loop and do the same thing here. And we can mask this and just do a quick polish to clean that up. I'm gonna need to take these rivets and duplicate them. Let's just place them over here. I'm not like an expert on how to do this stuff. Like for me, as long as it looks functional and it looks good, like design-wise, it's fine for me. But if you want to be like 100% sure that what you're doing is like how it's actually being done in real life, you can always go ahead and do some research. But most of the times when you're doing like a simple design, as long as it looks good and it looks functional, it's fine. Get our strap back. Just kind of trying to see how I like the look of it. Maybe something like that. And I'm fine with like hiding the bolts under it. Move the buckle up a little bit, create some more space. Again, the important thing is that it looks functional. Just gonna take a quick look how it looks if we try to round out the buckle more. Definitely don't prefer that. We'll probably do some cleaning up of this buckle later on. For now, I think it's working for what it needs to do. See, we have a little bit of a weird thingy there. You can just go ahead and inflate that and Dynamesh again. Just trying to see how this looks if we round it out. I like it better like this. That looks fine. So let's go ahead and do the same for the side straps. Let's add the buckles. So I think I'm going to move the strap up a little bit. The reason why I'm moving it up is because I'm trying to create a little bit more of an uneven space. Right now we have like this space over here, which is pretty similar to this, which is pretty similar to this. So I'm just trying to like break up the lengths. So for example, if I move this up a little bit, and maybe we can move this one down a little bit, we just get a little bit more of like a random length. So this one, and then a small one on top. When you have a lot of the same lengths, like stuff can get a little boring looking. But again, that's something that's up to preference. Just kind of looking where I want to place the buckle on this one. I think in the end, I'm gonna go ahead and point in this way. And I'm pointing them this way because we're gonna do like the double layer thingy again. And I think it's more important to have the front of the armor look a little bit more interesting with like more things going on than the back view. Because that's going to be the main thing that we see when we render it. So let's go ahead and duplicate these little rivets. At least I think that's how it's called, a rivet. Not sure. Pretty nice way to move like and adjust one of them, so just use the move topology brush. That way you can nudge them nicely into place. Then we're going to do the same that we did here with this underlay. Again, you always want to try to duplicate and reuse as much as you can. It's going to make it a lot faster. Go ahead and hide the top ones. So again, let's make sure we're just looping that around the hook. Move the buckle out a little bit so it has like some space for the sewing. Just to keep it looking more functional. So again, just trying to give it a little bit of space. Trying to find like a little bit more of an interesting way to have the straps fall. You also want to be thinking about gravity at this point. I think we'll do something like this, and then we'll introduce like a second little buckle thingy that goes like that. I think it's gonna look a little bit more interesting. And just giving it a bit more depth. And just having one buckle over there. So let's go ahead and make another extra buckle piece. Let's just go ahead and start with a cube again. I'm going to be using the same technique. Just going to create a boolean. If you haven't worked a lot with booleans yet in ZBRUSH, I recommend that you get started on it. It's a very nice way to work. Something like that's fine. Try to thin it out a little bit. Just deflate it and Dynamesh again and polish again. Something like that will work fine. Let's go ahead and delete the low subdivisions again. Just so we can go ahead and work with symmetry by mirror and welding it. For this buckle, I'm going a little bit faster because we already know that we'll probably touch this up. So that means we'll probably touch this one up as well. I think the way it's going to look the most functional if we like stick it in between those two layers. Like that. See, it's a little bit too long. Just gonna take the mask lasso. Actually, first let's reconstruct the subdiv. Just so we can get like a nice mask. Then we're just gonna move that in. It's a little bit too much. Also make it a little bit longer so it fits our strap more properly. I'm just trying to look now for a way that I like how it comes together. My main problem right now is that it's super close to the buckle. I just need to make this a little bit smaller and move it out a bit. Trying to see what direction I like better. I think it looks a little bit more interesting if it faces the other way. So let's go with that. Now, of course, let's make sure that... Let's fill that with poly paint first, so it doesn't lose the color. Let's make sure that the strap is like properly going underneath it, of course. Go ahead and do the same for this one. So again, H-polish, pretty nice to flatten stuff out. Being a little difficult because of the topology being so bad. Just gonna try to insert an extra loop. That helps a lot. So let's go ahead and make this one a little bit smaller. It's looking pretty alright. And let's go ahead and get these little rivets on the other side as well. So let's fill them with poly paint. And I really like working with poly paint because it allows you to just see the design a little bit better. Like if we're just working with grayscale, it can be a little bit more difficult to see the final look. Like usually I would like to work with grayscale when I'm doing like detailing work, so I can really focus on the surfacing. And when I'm like focusing on the design itself, I like to work with the poly paint. Because color adds a lot to the way it looks. But also it's nice to sometimes just turn it off and just see the grayscale. Pretty happy with how the straps look. That definitely works for me. So now that we got the straps in there, let's go ahead and refine the armor pieces a little bit more. And spend a little bit more time on this part. Try to do a little bit more exploration. Just trying to do like a little bit of the same as we did in the back, like a little bit of protection for the neck area. I think that works quite well. Just keep that. Right now what I'm doing is I'm trying to like follow the curvature of the mannequin. Right now if we take a look at like the curvature that we're getting over here, it's very nice and round. Then over here we get a pretty straight line and it doesn't really flow nicely into each other. So by just adjusting it a little bit, I'm trying to follow that curvature. Just to make it look a little bit more appealing in my opinion. Don't think it's gonna work to do it at the arms over here, but let's give it a try. It's all about exploring. And that's definitely too much. Try to clean this up a little bit more. Maybe like a double layer could be quite interesting looking. We need to be careful that we keep like a good interaction with the strap that we made. I think that looks quite cool. Definitely like how that's looking. And since we have like multiple little thingies, maybe we can like add some bolts to like bolt it together. And again, since we're doing like a blockout, a bolt can literally just be a little bit of a clay buildup, and that's it. Keep it super nice and simple. It's definitely a bit too much. Yeah, like better at keeping like this piece solid. So now we're just kind of looking if maybe we want to merge this plate together or not. You can just take a quick screenshot using Shift S. So let's angle it a little bit. So yeah, I prefer this, looks a little bit more simplistic. So yeah, definitely like the one on the right better. Just have a really quick look at before versus after. Yeah, let's go with the second one. just so it's a little bit more complex. See if we can maybe do something at the back as well. I think we're going to keep it like this. Let's go ahead and make some bolts. Maybe just do a separate piece there. And let's just keep it nice and simple. Having a final last look at our blockout. We can define this area a little bit more clearly. I think it's pointing out a little bit too much. Just gonna bring that down again a bit. And finally, let's do a really quick H polish pass, just to smooth all this out a little bit. Go ahead and shape this up a little bit more nicely. I'm just trying to look if we can bring a little bit more of those curves in to make it look a little bit more interesting. When working with multiple pieces, it's always a good idea to just kind of mask stuff out. Then you can make some bigger changes. I think I like it, but maybe not so much. Maybe let's keep it nice and subtle. Just want to break up that silhouette a little bit. It's looking quite messy. Let's have a look at that. Like this should be fine though. I like how it looks from the side view, but from the front it looks a little bit weird. I'm just trying to see if I can make that work from the front as well. Things are working from the front. Now I'm just trying to get it to work in the 3/4 view. I think it will work once we bring this down a little bit. That's not bad. I think at this point we're pretty much done with the Blockout. Quite happy with how the design looks. It's simplistic, but has a little bit of a flair. It's not super basic. Probably bring this, cannot really bring it in too much. I don't want it to clash too much with the buckle, I think. Let's see. I prefer it with some space. Maybe we can bring this one in a bit. You can see I'm always going like back and forth in timeline, just to kind of compare what I'm doing. Making sure that I'm liking the changes that I'm making. Do a final cleanup here and then let's call that done. It's a little bit of a strange shape still here. Looks a little bit better. Maybe we can still push this out. See, I'm just like looking at it from all angles, making sure it works from all the views. It's a little bit more of a appealing shape. Over here, it's looking quite flat. Like we have a nice curvature of the body over here. Now over here, it's just pretty flat, nothing interesting going on. Maybe we can push that shape in a little bit more. That's gonna be it. I think that's quite okay for the blockout for now. So next up, we're gonna need to clean our blockout. Let's go ahead and hide everything except for our armor. Let's also get rid of the back piece for now. We're just gonna be focusing on our main piece. So if we take a quick look, we pretty much have 3 different subtools to create. One's going to be like the chest plate, and 2 is going to be like the underlaying piece, and then 3 is going to be all these little bolts. So the first thing I'm going to do is let's just rename the folder. Let's call this armor blockout. Then we can duplicate the folder. Let's just call this armor. Can hide the blockout folder. Let's get to work. So the way that we're going to be cleaning this up is with doing a simple clean geometry. And then we're going to be following our features. So what does that mean? We're going to do a ZRemeshing, and we need to make sure that we follow some features. For example, this line in the middle. Also this line. And then we need a nice border on the edge. So we can go ahead and capture that. And then we're going to do 2 separate extractions, one for the main piece and one for the bottom piece. So let's get started. First thing we're going to do is we're just going to take the mask pen. Then I want to turn off backface mask, turn on backface mask. So this way we can just brush, and it's not going to be masking the back. You can just be really fast with this. A nice big brush skill. Then let's go ahead and clean this up a little bit. And turn that off again. I want to make sure that we're not accidentally masking this. Just Ctrl-Alt clicking the mask to sharpen that. So you can see where we have a mask and where we don't. And actually, let's go ahead and also do this piece down below. Then we can just split it later. So just like before, we're going to extract and accept. So take a look at this. I'm going to clean this up a little bit. First, let's turn on double-sided. If you don't know where it is, it's in display properties and double. I recommend binding a hotkey to it. So auto groups. Then we can just get rid of all like these little floating islands, and let's do a delete hidden. Then let's do a mask by features. Invert the mask. Grow it a little bit by control clicking. I'm going to be doing a strong polish by features. And this will like round out our corners, what we don't want. So we're just going to be pulling that out again. That's super easy to do with Accu Curve. We can just take it and pull it until it becomes like a straight edge again. Let's go ahead and do that for all our corners. So that's looking pretty good. We do have a lot of like roundness over here. Take a look like this. Let's try to fix that. Now, if I smooth, I'm gonna break that nice clean edge that we created. So we're gonna do a mask by features. So we cannot break that. We're just gonna go over this with the smooth. Make sure that's nice and flat. Smooth direction is also pretty nice for this. So same over here. Make that all nice and flat. Seems that we have the symmetry messed up. I'm just gonna mirror and weld. So let's take a little bit of H polish and just clean this up by hand. At this point, I'm not too worried about capturing our blockout perfectly. First, I just want a piece that's going to be able to ZRemesh very nice. That's going to be like a flat-ish piece. Go ahead and smooth out those bolts. Something like this is going to be perfect to ZRemesh. And so let's make sure that we're actually killing this. Because we don't want like our ZRemesh it to capture all this. Because that's just going to be there from the thickness. So this is looking like a nice clean piece to ZRemesh. So let's do our first ZRemesh. It's messing up a little bit over there. When that happens, just do like a quick polish and that should usually work better. So it's looking pretty nice. So now we're going to go ahead and make sure that we're capturing our features. Like I said before, we have this line in the middle over here that I want to capture. So we can just take this. Then we're going to be using a slice curve. Like what we want to do is we want to make poly groups over here. So we can just do something like right over there. Just slice it. And now you can see we get a poly group, and let's mirror and weld this. Then let's go ahead and do the same for this piece over here. This slice curve is super nice. Only annoying part doesn't work with symmetry, so you always got to do a mirror and weld afterwards, but it's not too bad. So let's try a ZRemesh now. Want to make sure that you keep the groups. Just turn this down to 0. Let's say same. Now you can see we're getting nice edges to follow those features. Let's see. Maybe we can go a little bit lower in the resolution. The lower you go, the easier it is to keep everything nice and clean. Probably go down to maybe 0.3. Have a look. So that's not a bad resolution. So now the part that's going to be a little bit more challenging is going to be to capture some of these things. So the first thing I'm going to try is just to create a poly group and see how that goes. And let's do the same over here. I want to make sure that this is more or less the same length all over. What do I mean by that? Over here is a bit bigger than over here. I'm just going to try to even that out. Doesn't need to be perfect, but just trying to get it a little bit more similar. Just take a look how that looks. So it's giving quite a bad topology. Doing some weird stuff over here. Maybe we can go ahead and just cut in an extra group. That's looking a lot better. So even though if we don't need to follow a line, we can still put in a poly group to like force ZBrush to follow that flow. It's kind of looking. Over here we have something as well, but it's quite small, this edge. So we can just do it manually by hand later. I think like this is pretty good. So I'm happy with that. So what we can do now is we're going to be merging some of these separate groups back together. Just like that. Now let's go ahead and finalize this topology by hand. The first thing I want is I want an extra loop over there. You can just insert one. I want to smooth this out a little bit. I'm going to mask this, invert it, and let's try a relax. Let's mask the features and relax. It's not bad. Let's go ahead and capture this little thingy over here. Easiest way is just literally take the move brush and start moving these vertices. So you can see, if we had like a very dense topology, this would be a lot more difficult to do. So again, try to keep stuff like nice and low. Of course, you do want to go like high enough that you can actually capture stuff. Then one thing to keep in mind is try to keep the topology even. Right now we have like this super huge rectangle, and on top of it we have this little square. So what we're gonna do is we take this polygroup. Let's do a mask lasso, mask by features, because I don't want to mess with the borders. Then this is all looking alright, so I'm just gonna mask that out and then do a polish by feature. We need to go one bigger. You can see that will even itself out nicely. Just go ahead and smooth this out a little bit. And this is a little wiggly, so just going to be selecting that edge. Let's do a very soft polish by features. Something like that. Finally, let's do a new polygroup for that. So we're capturing that little thingy over there. Do the same thing over here. That's starting to look pretty good. So let's go ahead and separate these pieces out. So we have our under piece and our top piece. Now the reason why I wanted to ZRemesh them together is just so we get like a perfectly matched topology, which is just a little bit nicer and cleaner to work with. We can do a split hidden. So let's focus on this first. If we take a look at our blockout, I'm just going to pull this up, put it in the corner. You can see that we have pretty much 4 pieces. We have like the strong lines that are creasing the armor. So what we want to do, we already captured one of those in the polygroup. We need to go ahead and capture the other one. So we're going to turn off the symmetry and just polygroup that. Do the same here and polygroup that. And I think I don't want to continue that crease on the top, but at the bottom, yes. So let's do the same here. Then what we can do is we can do a crease polygroup. That's under geometry crease polygroup. So again, geometry crease polygroup. Now if we turn on dynamic subdivision, let's do some thickness. Let's turn post subdiv off. We can start to get a preview of how it's looking. Keep it nice and thin. Just change the color back to like a metal. And you can see we're starting to get somewhere. Let's go ahead and make this a little bit more clean. As you can see, we have this awkward shape. It's not nice and round. Also look, the topology is going quite uneven. It's doing like a weird bend. Let's try to keep that very nice and clean. So I'm going to take the mask lasso. Let's turn back symmetry again as well. Go back a little bit. Before we moved it, to make sure we have symmetry turned on. Let's take this whole piece over here. Let's just polish that out. Let's do the same over here. This is looking very uneven. We have all this jackiness. So just polish by features. So it becomes nice and clean. Do a mask by features and then do a polish by features. You can see how much more clean it's already starting to look like. Over here we have all this wobbliness. And after just a simple polish by features, becoming very nice and clean. Let's go ahead and clean that curve up a little bit. Change my background color. So let's change the armor color. These seem like very little things to focus on, but it's very important to keep that nice and curved. It's going to make your 3D look a lot more polished. If we take a look at the silhouette here, it looks very like bad. And over here, it's starting to get that nice curvature. And make sure that curvature looks good from all angles. It's looking nice. Doesn't need to be perfect. We're still going to be messing around with it later on. At this point, let's go ahead and take this other piece and clean that up as well a little bit. Over here, you can see that needs a big change. Just do a quick polish by features. Then bring that down again. Now, one thing, this piece needs to extend more, because the way that should work is we're going to have our bolts attaching to it, so the armor should like go to there more or less. So we're just going to take the Z modeler brush and we're going to do a extrude. That should be fine. Let's go ahead and insert extra loop. And let's clean that up. Then just like the chest plate, let's go ahead and do separate poly groups. So we can do a crease. Let's go ahead and add some thickness as well. You want to use the same exact settings, 0.16, 0.16, just so it looks nice and even. That's the wrong 0.16, that one. Maybe that's a little bit too thin actually. So I do want to check it like against our blockout, make sure that it's following it. So that's good enough for now. Let's go back to our main piece. So what I would like to capture right now is what we blocked out, is that over here, like it will go up a little bit. This being like on a different angle. So the easiest way to do that, also for this one, we did also block it out for the side. Not quite sure if I want it for the sides. I think I'm going to leave the sides like flat. So easiest way is we just take all this stuff. Sure, let's do that one as well. And then we'll do a mask by features. So invert it. Maybe not. Let's try something else. We're just going to do it by hand. We're going to be mask lassoing those vertices. So let's get rid of this extra loop for now. Bring that back later. Then we're going to be creating a morph target, and then we can just inflate this. You can see that creates like a nice little thingy. Now we can use that morph target to decrease it a little bit to try to get a better look. Try to keep it nice and even. Something like that. And then from now on, it's just going to be fixing stuff up manually by hand a little bit. For example, over here, it looks really bad. And again, this is super easy as long as you don't go too high with your base, like topology. Like let's say, if it was like this will become like a nightmare to move all these points. And that's really the reason why you want to keep like a nice low subdivision for the first one. And I think I want to point this one down a little bit more. So we can just mask that. Then we're going to deflate that to point it down a bit. See, we're getting a little bit of a weird shape, if you can see it. So we have like this. It's not really nice. So again, at every point of the process, you always want to be spinning around your model, checking all the angles, making sure it's looking good everywhere. Not just the side and the front. Make sure it looks good in all angles. Now we can do like a polish by features to make everything just a little bit cleaner. But you can see that destroys all our corners. So wherever you have like a corner that needs to stay like a sharp corner, just mask that vertex. Then we can do a polish by features, and you can see it will make everything a little bit nicer. Let me see if I can display this properly. Because I really want you to like understand how this works, the polish by feature. Because it's so useful. I use it all the time to clean things up. So this is the before, and then a polish and feature, and you can see how it just everything becomes nicer and cleaner. So again, polish by feature. You see all those little thingies that we have over here, all this unevenness, this blob, noisiness, everything becomes nice and smooth after a polish by features. So it's pretty much like going back and forward between manual cleanups, getting the volume as you want it, and then we can clean the topology up by polish by feature, which is going to make everything more like clean and even. It's going to help a lot. You can also try a relax. This also evens out the topology. Let's try to only do the border. Let's also do groups. And we just deselect this by hand. Just so like this point isn't so extremely sharp. And maybe we can push it out by hand to be a little bit sharper again. I'm using a very reflective material, just so I can like really see how everything's looking. So again, I'm going to be masking out all those corner pieces. And do a very strong polish by features. So from this point, we just have to repeat the same process that we went through for the main piece, for the piece underneath, and for our back plates. So I'm going to be speeding up the video. I'm just going to be working through it. If you have like a little bit of a thickness, easy way to get rid of it is use the slice curve. We can just go ahead and try to slice that off. So one thing that we need to pay close attention to is that we're using the same resolution. So the polygons should about be as big as they are over here. So easiest way, just take a screenshot, Shift S. And then when we set our final resolution, we reference this and see if it's about the same size. Doesn't need to be perfect, but you just want to be like more or less at the same density. So I want to make sure this is actually close enough to the plate on top, so it can be bolted together. So now that we've ZRemeshed all the pieces, let's go ahead and clean this up a little bit more. So the first thing we're going to do is just get rid of our Blockout pieces in our armor folder. And then we're just going to be merging everything together. This way we can just quickly see everything nicely together and move stuff around. Get our mannequin back and our straps. So we have a little bit of an intersection. Let's go ahead and fix that up. And now we're just going to be moving stuff around, trying to make it look a little bit better. Just creating a little bit of space for the straps. Go ahead and put this up a little bit, just like the back. Again, I'm trying to create some space for the strap. Over here, let's just go ahead and move this all down a little bit. Let's match the back a little bit close to the front. A great brush for this is the Move Topology brush. So we can take one plate and it won't affect the other plates. For example, if we have the move, we're moving everything. With the Move Topology, we're just moving one element. And let's move this up a little bit, create some space for the strap and the buckle. I think we could have a little bit more of an angle over here. So we're just going to push everything down and create a nice angle break. Right now, if we look at it like this, the flow is a little awkward. We're flowing like this. I'm trying to look more for a flow that's like continuous into each other. So if we just move everything up here a little bit, maybe try to move this down slightly. You can see that we're starting to get something that's a little bit more nice, that flows into each other. So if we compare, you can see this is a little bit nicer to look at than this awkward stepping. Fill the armor with some poly paint. Let's try to experiment a little bit. How does it look if we make this extremely big? Kinda like it, although it's too much. What I think we're gonna do, we're gonna go back a little bit. Just going to be creating a layer. And this layer, let's make it really big. I want to do this on a layer so we get full control over the intensity. That way we can also easily turn it off and on to kind of see the difference. I think I like it. Makes it look a little bit more interesting. So we can just bake that down. And let's clean that up. This way it's starting to flow very nicely into each other. Just trying to get this transition to be like nice and smooth. See over here, we don't have a very appealing transition. We get like this awkward triangle here. I'm just trying to smooth it out nicely so it flows nicely. So as you can see, it's getting like a little bumpy. So we can just clean that up by taking all this area. Change the material again. It's not the right one. And just do polish by features. And you can see all that like bumpy lumpiness is just getting nice and clean now. When you pay like really close attention to like how stuff flows. Like it's a very minimal thing to notice. But by just make sure that everything in your model flows nicely, it's gonna make it look a lot nicer. Right now we have this very awkward flow where it kind of goes in and we get something like this. So by just making sure that all these lines are like flowing nicely, we can make sure that we have a very nice clean end result. Especially when you're making like a more simplistic model like this, it's important to pay close attention to stuff like this. Just trying to get a feel for this transition here. I like it from the side. It's a little bit awkward in the 3/4 view. And again, we're always masking and polishing by features. Clean everything up nicely. Do want to keep an eye on that silhouette. So you can see we're getting very rough silhouette here at the back. It's just very flat and unappealing. See, that silhouette's getting a lot more interesting now by just having some curvature in it. Take our mask pen. We're just going to be masking some areas out to polish up. Also use a smooth brush to clean up a little bit of that bumpiness again. I'm pretty happy with how that's starting to look like. Take a look at the final silhouette. I think we have quite an interesting silhouette going on. We got some breaks, nice angles. Maybe I want to push it a little bit at the front so we can make that look more interesting. Just going to be creating a layer of this. Just trying to get some curvature in there. So I definitely think that looks a bit stronger silhouette-wise. Take a look how it looks in preview. Maybe it's a little bit too strong. We could just tone that down. Maybe to something like that. Pat and bake. Just fix up that little intersection. Or we can just push it down a bit, the mannequin. And that's looking good. So let's have a look at applying the dynamic subdivisions. First thing I'm gonna do is mess a little bit more with the thickness. I feel like we can make it slightly thinner. That looks good. Just gonna have a final tweak. Because once we apply the subdivisions, it's gonna be a lot more difficult to be making any changes. It's looking quite alright. Seem to be having a symmetry issue. Let's check out if it's the straps or the armor. It's the straps. So I think we're good to go. It's looking pretty nice. Maybe we're gonna adjust the crease level a little bit. For example, if we put it down to 0, the crease becomes a lot softer. We put it to 2. Let's also increase the smooth subdiv. Maybe 3. Skip that 3. Just mirror and weld really quick to make sure it's symmetrical, which it is. So good to go. Now the way we're gonna apply these subdivisions is first we're gonna take off all the smooth. Because as you might have noticed, once we have the smoothing on, it rounds the corners out. And it's creating some ugly artifacts. So we just want to turn that off and apply. What we can do now is do another crease polygroups. Actually, before we do that, we do need to make sure we have the polygroup set up. We can do a group by normals and maybe try like 70. Just turn the thickness off, smooth subdiv, turn it on. Let's just try a new crease polygroup. You can see now we're keeping the sharp corners really nicely. Maybe even up to 5. Just kind of checking the mesh, seeing if I like how it's looking. I think that's looking nice. So just gonna go ahead and apply. Give it one more subdivision, so we get a nice high poly count to work with. So now that we have a little bit more subdivisions, we can go down. We can work a little bit more on the shape. For example, over here, before we didn't have a point that we could move around, but now we do. So we can make the curvature a little bit nicer and more smooth. Same over here. Go ahead and make that nice. You want to do this very slowly, one subdiv at a time. It's looking pretty nice. One thing I want to do is I'm going to create, take a look. Okay, the polygroup's fine. I want to create some quick UVs. So since we have the polygroups all set up, it's going to be very nice and easy. We can just hide this. Now we have like the front, now we have the rest. I want to grow this out by 1, so we can go to visibility. And we can say grow. Then we're going to do a polygroup all, invert and polygroup this. So right now we have a pretty nice clean mesh. And at the border of this polygroup is where we're going to get our UV cut. So now we can just go to UV master, keep symmetry turned on, to enable polygroups and do an unwrap. Make sure that you're on the lowest subdivision for this. And you can see 8 islands, which is right as we have 8 polygroups. This is just going to help us out if at any point we want to like do some detailing with UVs or whatever. It's always a good idea to just set it up. So as you might be able to see, we do have a few pinching errors where like the crease stopped. First thing, let's also get rid of all our creases and crease all. Let's create a new layer. I'm going to try to do a quick polish. Just get a little bit of a smoother feel. That didn't do a lot. Let's try to go one subdivision down, do another polish. It's doing a little bit more. And that's doing a lot. And just one more polish on the top. It's important that we do this on a layer so we can control that polish. See, it's a bit too strong. Maybe we can try 0.5. I think that's looking pretty good. Whenever you have like these really harsh lines, it looks really 3D and fake. So I always try to soften it out a little bit. So now let's go ahead and try to work a little bit on like that pinching. You can use the smooth directional. If you don't know where to find it, it's in your brush and smooth directional over here. I recommend that you just like load it into your ZBRUSH startup folder for brushes, so you can always use it. So it's a super useful brush. And we're also going to be using H polish. You just kind of want to make like circular motions, trying to smooth that area out. Also, don't worry about it being like 100% perfect. In the end, like it's metal armor. Like it doesn't need to be 100% perfect. Like later, we're also going to be adding like a little bit of bumping and dents. And then you're going to see it even less. Some weird thing is going on because of the layer. Let's just polish one more time. Take a quick look before and after. You can see the pinching is a little bit less apparent. Over here it's not that great. We can just go back to what we had before, create a morph target, create a new layer. Then we can kind of blend that back in. You can see that looks a little bit better again. You can just go ahead and merge that all down, see the difference. I'm still not happy about that. A little bit better. So you can see we just work slowly and carefully. We enable and disable layers, trying to compare to what we had before, seeing if it's getting better. I think we're almost there. Just need to polish this out a little bit more. And again, don't worry about like getting this 100% perfect, because we are gonna do like some damage sculpting. So that's better. Got rid of that pinching. That's looking good. Just gonna be really lazy. Move this in a little bit. So let's go ahead and detail out the metal a little bit. We're gonna be doing a lot of the detailing in the textures itself, but I still like to have like a base of detailing done in the metal, just so we're not like starting off like with nothing at all. So let's create a layer. And the first thing I want to do is create, it's the wrong subtool. Just gonna bake this all down, create a layer. And the first thing I want to do is add like some noise. Affect the curves a little bit. I'm just looking for like an interesting noise, nothing like in particular. Maybe something like that, like this. Don't worry if it looks like super crazy. And let's drop a few subdivisions. I'm gonna be applying that. Let's go back all the way to the top. And then we're gonna put a very low intensity on this. Like this, it looks kind of like we get like some hammered dents in it. I'm gonna create a new layer. Just reapply that noise, but put the strength down a little bit. I'm gonna be doing this on the highest subdivision this time. And let's put this way down. Maybe try a little bit of a polish on it. I want the intensity to be like very, very low, like I barely want to see it. It's just about creating like a few little thingies. Let's polish that again. So just that the metal is not like perfectly smooth. Let's create a new layer. See if we can mess around with one more noise. So this time we're gonna go to noise plug. So we can get like a little bit of a more interesting noise going on. Before we do that, actually, let's go ahead and delete this. So we start with a fresh noise. Noise plug. Let's take a look if we can find something interesting. Let's just do a wood just to start off to set up our settings. Let's do mix basic skill. Put that down. And put the plugin skill down. And put strength down. Let's go ahead and edit this and look for something that we like. Maybe Verneuil could be really interesting. It's kind of like a metal helmet, if I'm looking at this. Just kind of go through them and see if you can find one that you like. This one could be pretty cool as well, kind of like flakes. Perlin doesn't look bad either. This one's looking really cool. I think we're gonna try this one. Instead of using 3D, we can also use UV since we did set it up. Just kind of looking at how I prefer it to look. I think it looks a little bit more interesting on UV. Just because the noise doesn't like continue like perfectly. It feels a little more natural. Mess with the scale. Maybe something like that. Then we can still mix it with the basic noise. So I'm just going to put this all the way to 1 so we can see our noise. Mess with the scale. And then we can again mess with the mix. Looking pretty cool. Let's go ahead and apply that. I think I want to apply it actually to a subdivision lower than this. Undo that. Go maybe 2 subdivisions low and apply. Makes it look a little bit too noisy. Let's try the second highest and apply. I meant too smooth. It's looking good. Before we do this, let's create a morph target and apply. Now we can do like a masking. Maybe we can try mask by smoothness. Peaks and valleys. Just trying to get like a little bit of an interesting mask going on. It's not bad. Let's go ahead and paint a little bit more on this mask. I'm going to use our mask brush and then we're going to create an alpha that we like. Maybe 22. We're just going to be painting. Disable symmetry. So let's look for one that we like. Maybe 16. Like how 8 looks. So we're just going to be painting a little bit more of that mask. Let's turn on our poly paint. Then we're just going to use our morph target to take away some of this detailing. Just so it's a little bit less like uniform. And finally, let's go ahead and adjust the intensity of the layer. So it's nice and subtle. I don't want like any super big, like very noticeable details. Because I want to be able to easily still adjust the look in Painter. I definitely want to have like some detail on it. Like the goal should be to detail it enough that you can tell that what material it is more or less. And finally, let's try that Verneuil noise. That was looking very nice. Maybe a bit small. I think we're going to do this in 2 passes. We're going to be having a small pass and a big pass. So again, let's create a morph target. Let's go ahead and apply. I can see this looking very, very fake. See what we can get by a smoothness mask. It's not great. Let's also drop a subdivision so it's a bit faster. It's not bad. Let's start with that. Don't want to have so much like of a hammering feel on like the creases. Let's grow this mask out a little bit. That's nice, taking away a bit from there. Try to get a better mask. So I'm not really enjoying the mask it's giving us. What we can try is to go here. Let's go ahead and hide this, and hide this. Now we should be getting a much nicer mask. Go ahead and disable that as well, and this one as well. So we just have a very clean mesh. That's a lot nicer of a mask for this. See what smoothness is giving us. Let's go ahead with peaks and valleys mask. Now we're just going to be turning this all back on. Then we need to create a new layer. Show on the highest subdivision. And we're just going to be inverting this. Let's take it out a little bit from here. Take away a bit here as well, but not so much. See, now it's starting to get a little bit like more random. Take a quick H polish. Just going to be H polishing some of this out. Also, don't worry about it looking super intense, like we're still gonna lower the intensity. But whenever you're doing like stuff like this, you want to make sure that you're working with more intensity than that you want in the end. So you can actually see what you're doing. So for example, now you can easily see which areas have been flattened out a little bit with H polish, which areas haven't been. You can see where there's breakup, where maybe it needs a little bit more breakup. Maybe something like that. So you can see it's looking more natural now. Go ahead and merge that down. We're just going to lower the intensity of that. You can see it adds just like a little bit of nice noise, kind of like it was being hammered over time to make it. I think this is a little bit too strong. Let's get another polish on this. That's too much. Like that. It's pretty nice. I want to do one more like very big noise. I want to apply this to the lowest subdivision and go up. And like the noise doesn't really matter on this. It's just meant to like kind of deform the armor. I think I want a little bit of a smaller noise. We can also apply it over here. So now it looks like a very, very worn out armor. Now if we turn this layer off, it looks nice and clean again. So we're going to put maybe 0.2. Just to make it look like a more old, like damaged piece of armor. Want to be careful with this though, that you don't overdo it. I like how it's looking. That's looking good. And depending on how much time you have to spend on the asset that you're working on, I either add edge wear or not. When I have time, I like to do it. If not, like, I don't do it because it's quite time consuming. So let's make a new layer. And there's a lot of brushes that you can use for this. Let's try the trim dynamic. All that we care about is a brush that kind of breaks up that perfectness. Not really liking how that's feeling. That one's feeling a lot better. So use that one. Maybe we can try like a more squared alpha. So let's go ahead and make a morph target before we get started. I'd recommend to just do this with symmetry turned on. Now all that we're going to do is we're just going to go over the edge. I'm going to break that up. When you're doing this, like, don't be careful about it. Like, just go fast and get it done. And then later we can clean this up a little bit with the morph target. If there's like some bad areas. Just going to disable the symmetry here in the middle, just to make sure that it looks a little bit more natural. And without symmetry, let's do like a quick pass on this side. quite rough. I'm just gonna use a morph target here. So now that we've passed all the edges, I'm just gonna zoom out and see if there's any parts that are bothering me. For example, over here, this one's very visible and symmetrical. We can just morph those out. Same there. The key is that you want this to be subtle. And we can use clay buildup to add a little bit again where we removed it. Also, like, there's a lot of brushes that you can use to do edge damage. Like, use whichever one you like to work with. Like, the only thing that we're worried about is just adding like a little bit of information to the edge to make that a little bit more interesting. Also, I'm not gonna bother like doing all the inside edges because you barely see that. It's not worth the time. Again, I'm just going around looking for any edges that are bothering me. I think it's looking pretty okay. Now if we turn it off and on, you can see it just adds like a nice little bit of detail. But again, edge damage is quite unneeded, I would say, to sculpt if you're like tight on time. Like, you can get like some easy damage in paint on the edges to save quite a lot of time. But if you do have the time, I also like to put it in the sculpt itself. Same for these like cavities. I like going with the clay buildup and just add like a little bit of this stuff. Just go in with symmetry, do a new morph target. This can be just like pretty much anything. Imagine like some dirt or dust, whatever. It's just about adding like a little bit of information. Looks quite nice in my opinion. I tend to kind of go in circular motions for this. It's definitely not working well with symmetry though. Let's disable that. I'm just going to be morphing that out. I think I also prefer a circle alpha for this. So now we're just going to take a look at any places where it bothers me. I'm going to be using the morph target on it. For example, now I can try to break that up a little bit more. So yeah, same story for the edge wear, even more on this one. Usually in like a production you won't do this because strict time budget. But if you do have the time, it's nice to just add like a little bit of information to it. And we can tone this one down a little bit to 0.12. This one to 0.3. Maybe even 0.2. And finally, let's go ahead and add like a few scratches here and there. Keep it nice and simple, just a damn standard. Don't be afraid to go over the same scratch again while holding down Alt. This is going to make it look a little bit more sharper and less blobby. Try to think where the scratches would be. Like for example, a sword could be hitting here, here. But for example, you wouldn't really expect too many scratches here, because it will be blocked by this guard piece. So I'm going to make a new morph target. Go ahead and make that less intense. I don't like putting like super pronounced scratches in ZBRUSH, just because it will be pretty difficult to get rid of them. Like if when you're texturing, you're like, okay, that's too much, like you're gonna need to rebake. So usually I just put like a few scratches here and there, just to get like a nice look on the high. And then like the real scratch work will be for the texture. You can also go over a scratch with H polish, add like a little bit of a blunt impact, I guess you could say. I think that's about right. Probably want to add like a few more visible ones to the front. Just to have something interesting to look at. And go in with H polish again. Get some damage to that metal. I think that one's a little bit too pronounced. You can just morph target it out a little bit. Again, this is a pass that I only do if I have enough time. So yeah, for now we can call the metal surfacing done. So looking at the armor, I think one piece is not like sticking out enough, which is gonna be over here. I think we lost a little bit of a shape there. So let's go ahead and bring that back. Just gonna create a new layer. And go to the first subdivision, go in outer groups. I'm gonna be focusing on just this part. So we're gonna be masking the part out that needs fixing. Then we can just move this out again a little bit. And let's go ahead and push this inwards. Take a quick look at the before and after. You can see we're getting a lot of that shape back again. Right now, if you look to it, we kind of have like this ugly round space where the form isn't like really continuing nicely like this. It's kind of going flat here and then it goes out again properly. If we take a look here, we're following the shape a little bit better. Probably still pushed out a little bit more. So let's go ahead and do that. We're just going to create a new layer. Let's go ahead and push that out a bit more. You want to do this on a low subdivision because it's very easy to go ahead and adjust those forms. You can see that's becoming a little bit better. Let's go ahead and merge those layers together. You can see the difference. So at any point, if after like the noise and everything you added, you notice that the form doesn't look nice anymore, you can just go down a subdivision and fix that up. So next up, what I want to do is let's take a look at the blockout. We have all these little bolts that we're going to need to add in place. So to do this, we're going to be doing this in Maya, but you can use whatever software you want for modeling. And the reason why I want to do this in Maya or Blender or whatever is because I want to reuse the first subdivision for the low poly, because that's going to save us quite some time later on. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create a cube. Then we're going to do a subdivide on the cube. Maya just hit 3 for a smooth mesh preview. And then we can convert that. Let's do one more actually. Just like that. And let's go ahead and set up some quick UVs. Just like that. Just put a nice little seam in the middle and that should be fine. Now one thing that you notice, if we smooth this out, we don't really get the nicest sphere. I want to get this a little bit closer in roundness to a sphere. So we're going to be creating a sphere, if I can find it. Let's give this a subdivision. Now we're just going to be matching this. So now we have a sphere. Now the reason why I don't want to do a sphere, because I don't like the topology it creates. It creates like a lot of pinching and ugliness there. Now what we can do is we can say here, let's make this live, and we're just going to project that down. So go mesh and conform. Now once we subdivide it, you can see it will be a little bit nicer and rounder, like an actual sphere. Let's go ahead and delete that. So now we have our thingy. Let's call this bolt. Let's go ahead and export this and get it in ZBRUSH. So I just export as an OBJ, then ZBRUSH lets open a new empty CTL. Then we're just going to click import. Then we just import our tool. And that's it. Then what we want to do is let's turn off perspective. Just look at it from the top. Then we go to brush. I'm going to say create insert mesh. Then just say new. So now we can go back to our armor. Let's go ahead to our actual armor instead of the blockout. I'm going to be duplicating this. Let's just go one subdivision lower and delete the higher and the lower. So let's just bake down all the layers on the duplicate. And that's it. So now maybe we choose a scale of 4. Now we can just drag this out. One thing that you might notice is that the scale is going to be difficult to get right. So we can hold down Control to lock in the scale. This will always make it as big as the brush size. So maybe 2. That's looking pretty good. Maybe 2.5. And then you see that it's inserting, but not deep enough. So we can change the depth of that. You can find that in brush, depth, brush placement. So if we take a look, brush, then we go depth. Over here we have this thing. And we can just put that down. For example, if we do -5, now you can see it's inserting itself in the actual mesh. Go a little bit lower. That's it. Take a look at our blockout, how many we put. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's go ahead and place about 8 of them. If you really want to follow the blockout very closely, you can also show the blockout. I'm gonna hide everything. Just like that, and then we can turn on transparency. Now you can see where we have those dots, you could place a ball. Then to kind of check that, we can go into solo mode. It is not needed, you can also just place them wherever you want. But just in case you exactly planned it how you want it in your blockout, you can follow it like that. That's looking pretty good. It's becoming a little bit difficult to see. You can also mess with the slides with front opacity and back opacity. You can find that in preference, draw front opacity. You can see we can change kind of how that transparency works. And now we can see it very clearly. Then we can just put in our thingy. Also, don't worry too much about the placement. It doesn't need to be like perfect. We can always move this a little bit. It's gonna only work with this piece. It's looking good. Now all that's left is let's do an auto groups. And let's get rid of all the armor pieces and delete hidden. Now we're just gonna do a few subdivisions to get it nice and smooth. Maybe something like that. Now we have our bolts or rivets, however you want to call them, in place. So next up, let's work a little bit more on the leather straps. I'm gonna take them out of the blockout. And to do that, let's focus on the buckles first. Because the buckles are gonna really decide how the straps flow. So let's just take one of the buckles. I'm gonna hide the other part, just need one. Then let's do an export. And actually before we export this, let's just go ahead and say delete hidden. Subdivisions and delete hidden. Then what I want to do is do a really quick decimation. So we can go to decimation master. If I can find it. Then we just say 20k. This way it's just going to be a little bit easier to work with in a modeling software, especially if your computer isn't that good. So let's go ahead and export this. Then in Maya or any other software for model, let's import it. I'm going to go ahead and put this in the 0. So what I'm doing now is I want to clean up our mesh a little bit. And I want to also make the low poly already. Since we're going to be placing this multiple times over the model, it will be really nice if we can reuse the first subdivision as a low poly. Because it will save us a bit of time down the line. So first thing first, let's just try to put this as nicely symmetrical as I can. Something like that's not bad. And then we're just going to be following our mesh to model it. Let's take a really quick look. Just trying to decide if I want to keep it like more flat or more rounded. But I do think I like the flat look. So let's keep it like our mesh. So it's going to be pretty much the same as how we did in ZBRUSH. We just start with a cube. And we start cutting stuff out. So I'm just going to take one face, invert the selection and delete the other. Let's center the pivot point. And bring that a little bit into the front. Go ahead and hide the grid. Now we can hit 4 for a wireframe. I'm going to put a symmetry line in. Let's enable symmetry. We can take this, extrude it, just scale it down. Actually, before we do that, it doesn't work too nicely like that. Try it again and say keep faces together off. Here we can see the beautiful symmetry work of Maya. So I'm just going to be modeling one side and then mirroring it. So extrude, let's scale down and delete it. And delete that final piece. So now we just have a nice solid piece with a hole in it. And let's match that up. So this is symmetrical, so let's cut that away as well. Till we get something more or less like this. And actually, let's make a separate piece for this thingy here. Let's just do like this. Like that's looking good. Be moving this in a bit. Go ahead and extrude that to give it the thickness. Go ahead and delete those pieces and invert the normals to fix that. Let's do a bevel. Remember, don't go too crazy. We're doing the low poly now. Probably do one more just to keep it very nice and clean. I'm just going to delete everything except for the front again now that we have our bevel. Just dark weld that up. Actually, before we do that, let's also put the bevel in there. Something like that. And let's just take the front, delete the rest. And let's fix this topology up to be a little bit more clean. You can use the multi-cut tool. Delete that. Just connect that up. And I want to bevel the inside and the outside separately, so we get more control over how big each bevel is. That's looking good. Go ahead and add our thickness back once again. And I deleted it because I don't want to fix up like the back view as well. It's easier just to fix one plane and then to add thickness. Take our grid again. Just gonna make sure everything's exactly on the grid. And then let's see. Let me move this out a little bit. We need to do like a little bit of a capture there. So I'm gonna be putting in extra edge. Let's extrude this out. Something like that should be fine. And let's target weld this edge up to here to save some poly count. Maybe a little bit thinner. Rotate this a bit. It's looking good. Now we're just gonna go ahead and mirror this up. We can do a simple mirror. It's all looking good. Let's do another mirror. This time in the Y. Go ahead and delete these extra edges that we don't need. Now, like I said, we're going to be reusing this for our low poly. So we need to think a little bit about how we want the shading to look. So first we're just going to soft shade everything. You'll see this becomes very ugly. Then we can say, okay, our UV cuts will be these edges. Actually, let's first create some quick UVs as well. So actually now we'll do this into separate pieces. So okay, we have a quick UV. I'm gonna say, okay, we need a UV cut. So it's gonna be over here. Now we can unfold that, see how that's looking, the UV. The UV looks fine. Then whenever we put a UV cut, we can put a hard edge. We cannot put a hard edge, for example, here, because we don't want to put a UV cut there. So shading still looks messed up. So then what we can do is we can take all this. I'm going to be doing a bevel to fix that shading up. We need to go ahead and select that bevel. Just fix the soft edges on that. Let's just soft shade everything. Just select that UV cut again. A hard edge. So now you can see we have a very nice shading. What we're going to do now is create that second piece. Just going to be creating a cube. Get rid of this. Okay, I'm thinking what I want to do. So let's make it just all in one single piece. We're going to be taking this and this. And let's cut right there. Delete that. Let's go over here. We can delete these faces. Scales down a little bit. I'm going to combine that. Whenever we can have like less pieces, it's always a good idea. It will just save a little bit on the UV space, have less cuts, and generally it's a little bit more clean in my opinion. So now we do need to fix this up a little bit. Do all soft again. Go ahead and merge those UVs together. Just like that. Invert the selection and do another mapping. Let's take this. Put our hard edge back again. Take a look at the shading. The shading is a little bit bad over here. We could leave it like this if you want to save some budget, because the straps are going to be covering that. But since it's like a personal piece, I don't mind to put like a few extra polys in to fix that. All we have to do is just cut in like that and like that. Then let's give this a little bit of shape, since we already have it over here. Now we have a very nice clean shading. So let's call this low poly. LP for low poly. And we're going to have our high poly. Go ahead and hide our low poly. Now, instead of having a hard edge, I want to have a bevel here as well. So I'm just going to do a bevel. Keep the bevel about as big as on the other side, maybe 0.3. It's looking good. I'll be selecting all these bevels. I'm just going to bevel the bevel. Sounds a little strange. I want to keep that shape nicely. It's looking good, nice and clean. Now we can see we're losing the shape over here. First, let's just collapse this. Now let's go ahead and bevel this out. Don't be afraid to go like high on this bevel, because it's going to be the high poly anyway. Actually, before we do that, go ahead and model like a little bit of an inset. Just going to do something like that. And we just scale this down. Maybe scale it up a bit. Add some support edges. Just so we have a little bit of a detail there again. That actually looks fine now without the bevel. We are going to add an edge here. Connect this up. And maybe move this down a little bit. Create a little bit more of an interesting shape. A little bit too much. Just like that, so it's a little bit rounded. Compare this to our original. Losing a little bit of roundness over here. Bring that back really quick. This bevel we're going to delete. Let's just inflate this. I think this bevel's a bit too tight. You can just collapse that. And we're going to select all that back again. And do another bevel that's a little bit less tight. Fine, let's bevel that again. Probably go a little bit tight on that. I think like that looks fine. Let's take our low poly. Let's see how that's looking. And capture that roundness that we added. Let's go ahead and collapse this. Just gonna make this a live surface. Let's slide this down a little bit to the middle of that thingy. Turn that off. Now I'm gonna be moving this in. Same thing here, let's make this a little bit smaller. Capture this. I'm gonna add one extra edge. So just connect it. Control right mouse click the vertices and put that to the axis normal. Just like that. Try to capture that a little bit better. Again, let's do a soft. Let's bring back our hard edges. It's looking good enough, the shading. Let's go ahead and move this piece back. Just gonna take this and delete the rest, because we already finished that. Cube. Just gonna be modeling something quick for this. Again, same technique, I'm just focusing on the planes. And we'll add some thickness. Let's go ahead and hide this stuff, so we can actually see what we're doing. Go ahead and invert the normals. And add one subdivision and convert. Just take all this, axis normal, and just inflate it. This, actually like this is fine. So we're going to be doing the same thing. Let's call this low poly and high poly. On the high poly, let's give this a little bit more shape. Take this. I'm going to be doing a bevel. Just bring a little bit of a structure to it. Maybe make this a little bit more flat. And soft shade everything. That's looking good. Probably try bevel here as well. I like how that looks. Can move this out a little bit. Something like this. So that's looking good. Now again, let's adjust our low poly so it matches that better. You can go ahead and delete that. Actually, let's put that back so we can capture this. Again, this is a very small piece, so I want to be pretty careful with the poly count. There's no reason to put a lot of density in this. Go ahead and delete the blockout piece. For the high poly, let's go ahead and convert this. Just like accepting the subdivision. Let's make it live. Now we just do mesh and conform. I'm just going to inflate it a little bit so it catches the shape better. Do a soft. The shading is already good. Go ahead and do some quick UVs. Now we have a lot of like polys that we can get rid of. This, for example, collapse that. Now over here we're going to keep a little bit more density. At the back we can start collapsing it. And let's just keep those. Again, don't really care about the back because we never see it. We can save a little bit of poly count on it. Something like that. So that's looking fine. Take a look at our final high polys. Let's go ahead and accept this. So we do a convert. I think this could be a little bit smaller. Just take the high and the low. And scale that down a little bit. It's looking better. Go ahead and make this live again and just conform the low poly. Then again, let's go ahead and inflate that. This piece we can call done. Take a look at the low poly of this one. That's looking good as well. Take a final look at both low polys. I'm fine with how that looks. Maybe just save a little bit extra poly count. I'll do this. Take this. Just flatten that out. Because we're never gonna see this. Just like that. That should be fine. Take a really quick look at the UVs. Again, we're going to be using this low poly as like our final low poly. So I want to clean up these UVs a little bit better. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this, just pull it straight. Pull this straight as well. I'm going to take these points that we pulled straight, invert it, and just relax it. Same thing here, let's pull this straight. Again, let's take all the UVs that we pulled straight, invert it, and optimize it. Probably make this straight as well, so it looks a little bit nicer, and the packing will be better. And optimize. That's looking fine. Let's do the same over here, but really quickly. You can just try to take all these points and say straighten UVs, invert, and do like that. So let's pull this straight as well. Add our points that we already made straight. Invert it and relax it. This way our UVs are just a little bit more clean and easier to pack. Take a look at these UVs. These are looking pretty messed up by now. And do new mapping. Let's cut that in the middle. Same thing here. Let's make some UVs straight. Take this, straighten, and just unfold it. I don't really like how that turned out. So I'll do it by hand. Now, the UVs are going to have a little bit of a stretch over here, but I don't care because we never see it. That's looking better. Final thing that we need to do is just take everything. I'm going to do a mesh and combine and delete the history. Let's go ahead and export this. Now in ZBRUSH, in an empty ZTL, let's go ahead and import this. And that's it. So now let's go ahead and work a little bit more on the high poly. First thing we need to do is make an auto groups. I'm going to be selecting the high poly and the low poly. And let's just do a split hidden. And the high poly, let's add some extra subdivisions. Now I want to make this look a little bit less perfect. Let's take the H polish, change the material. I just want to be introducing like some bumps and whatever, some blemishes. Because in the end this needs to read as old metal. Try to mess a little bit with the mask. If I can find it, masking. Probably not really what I want. Do some quick surface noise. Let's try that max on noise again. That one was pretty nice last time. Try mask by noise and we're gonna sharpen it. First off, we're getting a really ugly look to this because our polys are so uneven. So let's go ahead and fix that. I'm gonna do a dynamesh. Let's say groups and dynamesh. By enabling groups, you just make sure that these one merge together. For example, if I don't turn that on, you see this topology merges together. With groups on, you see it keeps it properly. So control click the timeline. Let's do a ZRemeshing. Also, before we do that, let's go to a lower dynamesh. The reason why I want to have a lower dynamesh is so it ZRemeshes a lot faster. It's a lot better. Now we're just going to be subdividing this. Although there's a really ugly flow right here. See if we can get rid of that. Maybe we can use the slice. Something like that. I'm going to say keep groups. That's a lot better. A little bit ugly over there. That's good. Now we're just going to merge all the polygroups and try one more ZRemeshing. Nope, it's messing up again. Let's keep it like this. Since we have a control click on the timeline, we have a point in a history over here. And we can go to subtool, project, and project history. Let's set the distance to 1. Just project our history back. Now you can see we have a very clean, even mesh to sculpt on. Actually, we did this on the wrong ZRemeshing. Let me go back a little bit. Make sure that we're doing this on here. To project history, do some subdivisions and just project that history. Now we have a very nice topology to actually work with. So now you can see if we go back to surface, noise, and we say mask by noise, and we sharpen that, you see that we actually get a nice mask. Maybe like that. And create a morph target and just deflate this a little bit. Start morphing this out. Just want to get a little bit of blemishes on this. Nothing too crazy for now. So let's work with layers. Fine not having the first step on a layer. This is what it is. Try something like this. Apply it. Just going to be using the H polish. Try to get a little bit of a breakup in that noise. Just so it looks a little bit less repetitive. For example, this looks very even. Now with some breakup, it looks a little bit more natural. Let's go to a layer. Let's tone this way down. Maybe something like that. Looking pretty good. Now we need to do a little polish to get rid of all this jagginess. Make it nice and smooth. Definitely too much. Let's go ahead and tone this down. Now with the H polish, we're just going to be brushing some stuff away here and there. Still have our morph target that we can also use. Try to read it from a distance. See how everything is looking. Also, if you want, you can like kind of build up a workflow. If you have like a noise that you want, you can save it. For example, you can have like metal noise 1, metal noise 2, and so you know like which ones you like to use. Take clay buildup. You can be using the alpha 40. Let's put it to a spray. We're just going to be spraying some dots. Let's create a new morph target. Just some nice little sharp details here and there. This is what I usually do when I'm detailing like metal. I'll put in details, then I come in with the H polish and I start getting rid of them a little bit. Again, we take our morph target. Let's go ahead and brush away some of those dots. We want this to be a nice subtle detail, nothing too overpowering. I always like to just take the damn standard, put like some directionality in it. A lot of times when you're detailing, like there's something that I got stuck on when I first started. I was always like, okay, but how do you actually like know how to detail metal? How do you detail leather? And this isn't like much about knowing how it should look. Like the most important is just getting some information in there. Like, even if it doesn't make the most sense, it's better to have something that doesn't make too much sense than to have nothing. In the end, like, most people that look at your work, they don't know either exactly how something should look like. Of course, don't go crazy. Like, I put like something like this, just like kind of make it look like wood, because it doesn't make any sense. But all that matters, just try to put some information in your sculpt that looks like it belongs. And all that really matters is that you have something going on, just some information. And then the second thing is, don't be afraid to like make your details visible. When I was first starting with 3D, I was always super afraid about my detail work. So I didn't want it to be like super visible, because I thought, okay, if it's subtle, even if it's wrong, like it doesn't really matter because you cannot see it a lot. But for example, right now I'll just take the clay buildup. I'll just start, actually let's go ahead and fix that brush up, dots and maybe like alpha 14. And I'll just start doing something like this. Like, it doesn't really make too much sense. Like, sure, maybe we can have like a piece of metal missing. That's my justification. Like maybe something bumped into it. But the main reason why I'm putting it in, because I just want to have like a nice little piece of detail right there. Create a new layer. Let's just do some directional work. Again, this doesn't make too much sense either in terms of like metal, I guess. But just want to have like some directionality to follow. Because over here we have all this like noise without really any directionality. So I want to break up like that generic noise by having some form of like directionality, if that makes sense. Just to make the sculpt look a little bit more structured. And stuff like this I do want to be very subtle. Maybe something like that. That's looking pretty nice. Just gonna try to lay one more noise on top, see what happens. Again, doing like these noises, it's super fun. And usually you get like pretty cool results. Try a noise. Sure, let's try that. Keep that first, I think. Like the main thing about detailing to me is it's about having fun. Like just try things, see how things look, and don't be afraid to just put stuff in that you think looks cool. Do a morph target. Try a mask, sharpen it. See what happens when we deflate this. Pretty crazy. I'm gonna go in with our morph target and get rid of most of it. See what it's adding. It's just adding a few little spots here and there. Like how it looks. Maybe we'll go in with one more pass with the damn standard. Kind of break these things up. But they're more visible so they don't look like perfect spheres, I guess. Again, does this make the most sense in terms of like metal, I guess? No. It's just random like spots and spheres. I think it looks really cool, so it's just a nice little bit of information to have. Maybe finally we can try like a mask in back cavity. Okay, that's masking that pretty well. Let's just try a little polish on that. You can see the polish really helps with like making stuff look less like artifacty. Over here we get all this jaggedness, and over here it just becomes nice and soft. Let's go in with H polish as one final pass. I'm gonna be trying to get rid of some of these details, just to try to make them look a little bit more natural. Just gonna go here, I'm gonna just do some random brush strokes. I want this to look very nice and sharp. Something like that. See a little bit of breakup. It's looking good. And that's good to go. I'm gonna bake all. Then we pretty much have two choices. Either we can leave it like this, and we merge this with the low poly so we can place them in the same place. Also, let me double check if we still have the UVs intact. We do. Very fun button. Or what we can do is we can try to add subdivisions to this and project this. And we're just going to try the second method first, adding some subdivisions and seeing how that goes. I do want to add one edge here because it's such a long poly. And then we can just delete that in our final low poly. You can see if we subdivide it, it will kill the shape pretty drastically. So what we're going to do is we're going to turn off smooth. So over here, tool geometry smooth, just turn it off. We can do a few subdivisions, then we can turn it back on. And now it subdivides while maintaining the shape a bit better. So I'm just going to do piece by piece. Let's do outer groups. Hide this little piece. Same thing here. Again, let's put the distance up. Also, I'm going to make save. I would say, generally speaking, it's a good idea to do a quick save before you try to project stuff. If you've done a lot of work, because sometimes it can just crash and project all. See, that's projecting well. Now let's try the other one and project all. That's not projecting well because we need to invert that and project. It's okay, this seems to all work. We just need more subdivisions. Let's round up all the way to 3 million. See, we're already getting a little bit of a flimsy thingy there, but let's see how that ends up. That's looking really good, actually. We have a little bit of a mistake in there. I'm going to try a quick polish. See if we can get that out. Yeah, it's not really working too well. It's okay. Instead, let's just do the other method. Let's go back all the way here. Sometimes this works really well, especially for more like hard, for like organic things. For hard surface pieces can be a little bit more difficult. So what we can do instead is, first off, if you have a really good computer, you can just say, okay, I'm just going to leave it like this. If your computer is a little bit less good, it's a good idea to do a decimation. For me, it's fine to just leave it like this. So I'm going to do a group. Make sure everything is in the same polygroup, same here. Then we want to just merge this down. Make sure that you have UV turned on, and we merge that down. Also destroy the subdivisions and merge down. Now we can just place this where we need our buckles to be. Final step, let's just copy and put this back in our armor scene. So I'm just going to be taking all the buckles. Let's place them all the way at the bottom. and paste. Just unify. Let's take that color and fill the object. Now let's go ahead and do the same for these little buckle pieces. Just going to take a lower subdivision and export that mesh. So again, let's try to get this as close as I can to the 0, 0 with symmetry. That's looking pretty good. This one's going to go quite fast as it's very simplistic. Let's go ahead and make this one a little bit rounder as well. Just like before, let's do some really quick UV work. Set up our hard edges. That looks fine. Can get rid of these extra edges, we don't need them. Let's call this low poly. Work on the high poly. Now finally, let's go ahead and straighten out the UVs as well. And let's go ahead and export this back to ZBRUSH. I'm just going to import it into our other buckle scene. I can do a duplicate and import it into here. Let's go ahead and take our other buckle. Let's go ahead and hide the low poly on that. Let's split the high from the low. Got some extra subdivisions. I feel like this one's a little bit too skinny. Just gonna inflate it a little bit. So same for the high poly. For the low poly, just inflate that a bit. I also think it's a little bit too soft looking, but we can try to create a morph target. Take our clipping curve and just clip away a little bit. A bit too much. Like that. Same at the back. Again, let's set a control point. Just gonna do a quick dynamesh, then ZRemeshing. Again, with ZRemeshing, after a quick dynamesh, just to get that initial point count down, so that ZRemeshes faster. And then let's project the history back. Make a layer. You can copy this noise and paste it. Or you can just set it up again if you don't have it anymore. Quick morph target. Just like before, let's take a few areas where we kind of flatten it out with the H polish. Also, if you have like a lot of pieces, it can be a good idea to like, let's say you're doing a full character, right? And you got like 8 different buckles. It's a good idea to have all your buckles like on the same subtool, just all laid out like this, like a sheet. So you can play all the noises to all the buckles at the same time, right? So you don't need to go one by one. Then you can do like a cleaning pass on all of them. This will make sure that it's a little bit faster and that your detailing will be more consistent. Now, okay, since we just have two, it's okay to do it one by one. A quick polish. Yeah, just trying to get some directionality in the metal. We forgot to clean up the back. The other one. We can always clean that up later if we see it's necessary. We might not even see that at all, so it's fine. Touch the edges up a little bit, just so it looks less perfect. I think this one's a little bit too noisy. So I just want to go ahead and get some of those dots out with the H polish. You can always follow like the alphas that we have in place to kind of work on that detailing and push it further. Try to make like a few little dips, sharp edges. Something like that should be fine. Just gonna bake this all down. And just like before, let's go ahead and merge this down. Just copy and paste it into our scene. And that's going to be it for the second buckle. So let's go ahead and place our new buckles. Also, let's clean up the back of this piece a little bit. Also, be careful that you're showing the low poly, otherwise it won't move. I just take a second to do some cleanup. Just going to be doing the H polish. Just in case that we can see the back. That looks fine. Like, it doesn't need to be perfect, especially this, because most of it's going to be hidden anyway by the strap itself. Already forgetting to show the low poly. Now it's going to be really nice and simple. We just place them over the old one. And that's it. Just going to hide everything except for the buckles. And of course, you don't need to be like 100% perfect in placement. We can always place it a little bit different later on. Let's not forget to mirror and weld it to the other side. And let's duplicate. Then let's do one more. If you remembered, we scaled it a little bit. So we're just gonna scale this one up like very, very slightly. Like that's gonna be fine. Go ahead and mirror. Now let's get rid of all the old ones. Gonna have to be careful to make sure it's the old one. Now let's just create a new folder. Let's call this buckles. I'm gonna go ahead and hide that. Actually, let's show everything for now. Let's make sure that both of these buckles are at the bottom. You can just shift click this one to place it all the way at the bottom. So same thing here, let's go ahead and place that. I want to make sure that I'm correctly using the front. Let me double check that. That's right. You can check this by the bevel. I'll take a quick look at the detailing. And let's mirror and weld. I did forget it for the other one. So let's do that as well. Let's go ahead and delete the old ones. Move them in the buckle folder. Also at this point we're so far in, I can say that we can safely go ahead and delete the blockout. We no longer need that. Just to try to keep the CTL nice and clean. So next up, let's go ahead and finish up with the straps. So we're just going to be doing some final adjustments to the placement after we put the armor in place. I just want to make sure that we don't have any intersections with the armor. Let's go ahead and adjust the buckle a little bit. Now if we try to move this in place, you'll see that the bottom moves. We need to use the move topological brush, but you'll still see that the bottom will move a little bit. In order to change that, we can go to the range. You can find this in brush auto masking range. Just put this to like 0.7. Now you can see it doesn't move the bottom. Now we can just tighten that up. Just gonna hide the top one so we can see clearly what we're doing. Let's make sure that's symmetrical. That's looking good. Now you can see we're really starting to stretch out these polys. Let's clean this up a little bit. Can insert a new one. Take the lasso and we're gonna polish that. Things are bumping out a little bit too much. Let's just push this all down. It's looking better. And again, just to clean this nicely up, I'm gonna do a quick polish by features, make it nice and smooth. Let's go ahead and give this some poly paint. Finally, let's clean this up a bit more. It's looking good. That's going to be it for our first strap. Do a quick mirror and weld to be 100% sure we're symmetrical. That's breaking it for some reason. Let's just assume that it's fine. Let's go ahead and hide all these rivets for now. So let's create a group. And hide them. Just so we can nicely focus on the strap itself. So let's see, let's start by hiding the top ones. Just so we can focus first on the interaction with the buckle. Let's go ahead and hide these. Something like that's fine. So let's make sure that's touching the armor properly. Just gonna turn off the shadows, see it a little bit better. If you don't know where it is, you can find it in render properties and shadows. It's a pretty useful thing to have on the UI. I like to turn it off from time to time. I feel like we should be moving this buckle out a little bit more to the front. Maybe rotate it a bit. Starting to kind of even out the width. It's looking good. So let's get our top straps back in place. Let's use the H polish to flatten them out a bit. So to clean this up, and we just insert a new edge and polish by features. So try to pay close attention to how the straps are laying on top of each other. So they're not just intersecting each other. It's going to be hiding some stuff, so I can see a little bit better how it's interacting. Can definitely clean this one up as well a bit. Just get rid of the history, the symmetry. Also, let's not forget to show our other buckles. This one we need to move out a little bit more. You can try to follow the curvature of the armor a little bit more. Before it's a little bit awkward that we have our armor pointing this way and then our strap that way. Just want to align that a little bit closer. Also, we should be mirror and welding this in a bit. Be moving it around quite a lot. See if we can create a little bit more space. Something like that's starting to look right. Make it a little bit more white. Fill up that buckle nicely. Just do a quick polish. I'd like to rotate this just a little bit more so it's a nicer angle. Let's have a really quick look at silhouette. It's not bad. Would be a little bit nice if we could push all this in a little bit more. So get a little bit more of a V. But we don't really have the space for that. So let's just leave it as it is. Let's clean this up a little bit. So let's get our shadows back. Just trying to clean that up a little bit. I think the straps are looking good. One final check if they're all touching the armor. Otherwise it's going to look very awkward if it's just floating. That's all good. Let's go ahead and mirror. It's messing up. Just going to assume it's right. I know why this happens so often, but it's very annoying. But all seems to be okay. Maybe we can angle this a little bit more this way. Just get a little bit of a nicer curve. A little bit too strong. Something like that. That's looking good. So next up, let's go ahead and detail the straps out. So I'm just going to be hiding everything except for the straps, so we can focus on it nicely. And the first thing I want to do is I want to merge everything together. So we're just going to be doing a merge down. Still getting used to my new UI. Then we're going to do a Ctrl W, get everything in the same polygroup. Seems like we got a little bit of a thingy. Not sure why mirroring well tends to mess up when you have dynamic turned on. Just kind of checking the final topology. It's all looking good to go. So now what we're going to do is let's also show the armor. I'm going to go ahead and create like multiple parts. So to do that, the first thing I want to do is I want to change the thickness to be a little bit thinner. Just like that, it's fine. I'm going to duplicate, hide the duplicate, and let's apply this. I'm going to do extra subdivision. On the duplicate, let's go here. I'm going to put the thickness all the way down. Make it super thin. And what we want to do is we want to inflate it. Also, before we do that, let's actually make another duplicate. Actually, no, before we do that, let's go ahead and cut away a little bit. So I want to take all these straps and make them slightly smaller. Easiest way to do that is go to edge loop and say group loops. Put this all down. Let's make one loop. So you can see we can cut that away, but that's a lot to cut away. So let's do more loops, maybe 4. And that's better. Just going to be cutting that away. So you can see we cut away a little bit. Inflate this, see how that looks. That seems like a good amount to cut away. Also, for some reason, as you can see here, it ends on the top, here it ends at the bottom, which means that we have a problem with the normals. If we go to display, and we say double turn off, you can see that some are in a different normal direction. So this one, for example, so we're going to do auto groups, show this one. Now we're just going to say flip for that one. I want to make sure that they're all pointing in the same way, the normals. So now if we inflate this, it all moves to the front. So I do think we can take away a little bit more maybe. Nah, it's fine like this. So let's make a duplicate. This one we move to the front. Try to keep this as close as you can to the original. I'm going to take the other one and we move this to the back. Let's just go ahead and apply. Before we do that, make auto groups, group all. I'm going to apply and apply. So go ahead and merge these two down together. Actually, let's undo the apply, undo the apply. Now we're going to be merging them together. Keep losing my merge down. Then we're going to do a polygroup all, Control W. So that's all one polygroup. Now we can go ahead and apply. So what we can do now, let's add an extra subdivision. And I want to give it like a little bit of a nice border. So we can create a layer. We're just going to be selecting the border polygroup. Go subdivision down, smooth it out. Now just inflate that. Maybe one more subdivision down. Scroll this and we do a polish. Just so we get like a little bit of an interesting rim to it. Then we can just tone that down. See the difference it makes? It goes from like a super flat, kind of ugly looking piece to looking a lot more like natural. It helps a lot doing like these inflated border types of things. Try to do one more, but on a very low subdivision. Really try to get like a lot in there. Let's do a quick polish. I think that makes it look pretty nice. So we're going to be taking this one as well. We're going to be doing a quick polish, a quick inflate on it. Just to make sure it shows a little bit more. It's looking good. So let's get our buckles back. That's all looking good. So why do we need all these layers for the ladder? It's because I want to have like a very like rough, noisy middle layer in the ladder. And then the top and the bottom is going to be like a nice, shiny, clean ladder. So let's go ahead and make the noise. So we're going to be creating a layer. We can go to surface and noise. And just make like a nice basic noise. Now we're going to go down to the second subdivision and apply the noise. Before we do that, let's also go ahead and create a morph target. And apply the noise. Maybe we go to the third subdivision. Maybe that's better. So now we can select that polygroup of the front. Seems to not be set up correctly. I'm gonna go back a little bit. Bake all. Just go ahead and smooth this out a little bit. Let's polygroup that and polygroup the rest. Just so we can quickly set up that mask. So again, create a layer. Let's go to the third subdivision and apply the noise. Then we can take this one. We're just going to take that out from the morph target. Let's blur that a little bit. This is going to make sure that it's not like intersecting everywhere. Like before, it's intersecting everywhere. Now it's nice and clean again. Go ahead and tone this like way down. We just want this to be subtle. Then I'm going to do the same thing, surface noise, and let's just apply it on the highest. Let's go a little bit smaller on the noise. Maybe we can tile it to something more interesting. And apply. It's looking good. Again, let's take that and take that away. Let's tone this way down. So this looks pretty cool, but it looks like a very generic noise. Like everywhere's just kind of the same. There's a very neat little trick. We can go to masking, cavity, and try something low like 2. Mask by cavity. It looks like it doesn't do a lot, but just Control-click to invert and then Control-Alt-click to sharpen the mask a few times. And then inflate. And you can see we start to get all these little spikes. And this is too much. Also, let's create a morph target. Let's try 1. We just want to get like a few of them. Let's do that again. This time we're not getting anything. Maybe 1.5. You just want to be looking for the right value until you get something like this. This is a lot better. Maybe we can go 1.34. The lower the value, the less of these little spikes you'll get. A little bit too little. So 1.4. That's perfect. Now you can see you get like this very cool looking fuzz to it. Then we just want to go in with the morph brush and want to start morphing some of this away. Just so there's a little bit of variety to the length of them. Also, if you get like an area with a lot of them, like you can morph those bad areas away. This isn't gonna do much for like your bake. Like when you bake this, it just kind of looks like noise and it won't be noticeable too much. But it will look very nice in your high poly. Also, let's say the moment I were to bake these 2 straps together, like strap 1 and strap 2, then anywhere where there's a spike like here, it will be very nice captured in the bake. But it's like one of my favorite things to add, because it's such like an easy little thing and it adds so much. Like if we compare the before and after, you can see just how much more detailed and soft that starts to look. That's going to be it for the rough part of the ladder. So let's start working on the actual like nice ladder part. The first thing I want to do is I'm going to bake all these layers. I'm going to do a outer groups, and we're also going to be deleting the subdivision. Then I'm going to take all the top straps. And let's split hidden. So the first thing I want to do is I want to make some holes for like the buckle to go in, right? So it's going to be quite simple. First, let's just move this out of the group all the way down. Then we're going to be appending a cylinder. Make this smaller. Also, let's do group by normals, and then a crease poly group. Give it a few subdivisions so we get a nice clean cylinder, and delete low. Then one turn on live boolean. You set this to contract. So it's being annoying again. Last time a duplicate worked. Let's try that again. That's working again. Go ahead and delete the duplicate. Nice, no longer works. Duplicate. I think that time it was not working. We had the layer hidden, the subtool. Okay, so of course, very important. Where you have the actual clip, make sure you have a hole. something like that. Just to make the hole a little bit more visible, we're gonna give this poly paint. Let's go with like a dark gray. Go with like a light here, just so we can visualize the size better. Maybe something like that. Actually, let's make it a little bit bigger. Also a little bit less round. Something like that. Now we're just going to be putting a few of them in. This one I'm going to make more round. So try to space these as evenly as you can, nicely in the middle. It's the wrong thing to duplicate. And I want to make this one like more stretched out, because that's the one where the hook is like grabbing onto. So over time that will make the hole look less perfect. I think they're a little bit too close to each other. Quite a distracting placement. Let's go ahead and mirror and weld all of these things. Let's have a look at how that looks. So I'm not really enjoying this one. Let's see if it looks better if we take that one out. I do like having something there. So move that one a little bit closer. It's looking alright. Just don't want it too close to the buckle. Let's see if it looks better with one more. Yeah, I like how that looks. You can see this does quite a lot to the look of a strap. Some nice secondary shapes. So now we're just going to be repeating those holes for the side straps. I'm going to speed this up because there's nothing like special to it. It's just going to be the exact same as we did before. The only thing to be aware of is to try to keep the distance more or less the same as we had before. Also, if you're not sure about the distance, you can use the gizmo to kind of check. So for example, right now the borders are touching. If I go to the next one, the border is touching again. But usually you can just eyeball it and it's fine. But if you want to be like extra precise, I do feel like one place that's a little bit more apart. That's looking pretty good. Yeah, I'm happy with that. So next up, let's actually create the holes. So the first thing I want to do is I want to simplify our scene a little bit. For example, let's start merging all these little pieces together. Let's go ahead and hide the armor. Also the buckles. So we're going to need these straps to puncture holes in. Then also this rough part. Here we start like running into the first like logistic problem, if you want to call it like that. As soon as we puncture these holes in, it's very destructive what we're doing. Like if at any point we want to move the place of the holes, it's going to be a pain. So what we can do is we can either say, okay, how can I explain this? We split like this part from the outside part. So then if that changes, we just need to adjust this. We'll keep this the same. Or we just commit to it, but keep in mind like it's a little bit more destructive. I'm going to keep it like nice and simple, so I'm just going to commit to it. I'm going to do an auto groups. Also, let's take the layers if we have any and bake that all down. Just like before, we're just going to take our top ones because those need a hole. Let's do a split. First, let's delete the subdivisions. So this we don't need to touch. So I'm just going to move this one down. Then let's go ahead and hide this. So I just want to show the part that we actually need to adjust. As you can see, we have one small issue. So let's move this one up. Is that our things are not long enough. They're not like penetrating the back. Let's take a quick look. We should have been a little bit more careful when we did them. But we can go ahead and fix this. Just trying to think of the easiest way to fix that. Probably first reconstruct that. Then we're just going to take the side pieces. Also, let's do a mirror and weld before we do any of this. Delete the higher. So again, we're going to take the side pieces. Delete hidden. I think this will work. Not quite sure, but I think yes. We can create a layer and we do a strong polish. And if you can see it correctly, you can see it like it kind of goes in. So now if we reverse that layer, we can grow the tubes. We just need to grow it until it penetrates. It's not doing it all the way. Let's go back. Create a new layer. Let's do a very strong polish. Then we're going to say adjust last. Make it as small as we can. And then put this to -5. Now you can see we're correctly penetrating everything. Check out the size if it didn't change too much. So you can see the size changed. It became a little bit bigger. Let's make a new layer. We're just going to deflate this down again. Go ahead and merge those down. That doesn't want to merge down. I think it's fine. To compare, we just go back over here. Actually, I think we can go back to here. It will be easier to see. Just going to control click the history so we can see it. And go to the end. Over here. So it's still a little bit bigger. We're just going to bake all. And let's move that, deflate that in again. Let's compare. So a little bit bigger. That looks about the same. Just deflate it a little bit more. That looks perfect. So you can see it's like all weird and stuff. Because we have no caps. So let's go ahead and fix this topology up. Just gonna do a same ZRemeshing. Now finally, let's go ahead and cap this all off. We need to say close holes. That's under geometry, close holes. Now you can see it looks normal again. Checking all the holes. Take a look at everything together. Yeah, that's looking correctly. Let's go ahead and hide everything again. So now what I want to do is I just want to copy this. Also, we have a lot of stuff open. Let's start cleaning up. You can delete like an OpenCTL by saying delete all. That's going to close that OpenCTL. Just so it becomes a little bit easier to see what we're doing. Okay, that's looking good. Now we're just going to be pasting. delete that cylinder. Again, copy and paste. Copy and paste. So I'd recommend to save the CTL out as like a straps backup, just in case you need to get rid of the holes or like place them differently. They have like a good backup at least. Now what we're gonna do is make sure to set it to subtract again. Let's go ahead and add a little bit more subdivisions. As you can see, it's quite low resolution. So again, increase polygroup and just subdivide it a few times. Don't want to go too crazy, otherwise the boolean is going to take way more time. And if that's all looking good, now we can just go ahead and start the boolean. So first off, we need to set this to start and start, so we get two separate subtools. So let's also duplicate this. Otherwise, these two pieces are going to merge together, which is something you definitely don't want. So now down at boolean, just click make boolean mesh. Before you do this, always make a save, because booleans are complex operations and you never know. So now you can see we have our boolean mesh. So we have our top and our bottom. Now the first thing I want to do is I want to go ahead and do a ZRemesh on this. I'm just going to control click the history, so we can project if we need it. And let's just try keep groups. We can smooth them, that's fine. Let's just try it like that, see what happens. We're getting a horrible result because we need more density. Also, before we do this, shift on this a little bit earlier, but it's not too late. Just gonna take some of these. First, let's do like that. So now we have like a hole over here. We need to have a hole on the side as well. Actually, before we do this, let's just do a mirror and weld. Make it easy for ourselves. So we need to make sure that we have a nice like line there. We can just get rid of one loop. The same here. Make sure that we're working with symmetry. And try to do the middle one, although it doesn't matter too much. As long as you get it like more or less in the middle, it's fine. Now we can do an outer group. Now we get like a front and a back piece, which is perfect. Only problem is that we get like an extra group over there. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take the back pieces, sure. It's like that. Let's also take those Boolean groups away. Then just do a Ctrl W to group that all. Go ahead and show everything. Like see we have a side poly group and a front and a back. I'm just doing this so we can have the ZRemesh have like a very nice clean middle edge that we can later convert to a UV. So now let's try another ZRemesh. Turn that off. Let's go like way denser. See what happens. Also, since it's perfectly symmetrical, actually let's not do it. Let's just go like this and see what happens. It's giving a much better result already. Can go a little bit more dense. Just make sure that the hole's a little bit more accurately captured. Now that's starting to look really good. Seems to be ignoring this poly group though. Strange. Maybe we can control click. Do a little bit of a smooth. See if that like updates, I guess. That's annoying. Just take a look how that's ZRemeshing. Is it keeping like a nice edge? Nope. So let's try something else. Let's go back to here. I'm going to be hiding everything. Now we're going to be growing the selection out. Actually, let's shrink it. So we go visibility, shrink. Now we just want to polygroup this. This is going to look super strange, I know. I'm going to do the same for this. Make sure that we're selecting all the back pieces. And shrink. And polygroup. So now we need to do a little bit of cleanup work. Now we just take these. It's all looking good. And let's polygroup that together. Then we do an outer groups. Now we just want to get rid of all these pieces over here. And polygroup that all. Fine, let's do a mirror and then a mirror and weld. So now we get like a side polygroup. Maybe that's going to be a little bit easier for the ZRemesher. Let's take all these pieces except for the sides. And let's polygroup that together, invert and polygroup. So now we have two polygroups. We have like our sides and our pieces. I'm not sure if this is going to work. We're just trying it. And we're going to see if that keeps the polygroups correctly. So I'm going to control click just to make sure that we're, I guess, refreshing everything. And let's go ahead and try that. You can see that's working perfect. Get a little bit of a mess up there. Maybe we can do a quick polish by features. It's not going to make it better. Maybe we can just add a little bit more density. That's looking beautiful. Take a quick look at all the holes. Make sure that you got nothing weird going on. That's looking good. Now let's clean this one up a little bit. Actually, like this is fine. We don't need to worry about this. And the last thing we need to do is just go back to our original scene. We can delete like all these cylinders. Delete this and delete this. I'm gonna go here to the one with the actual holes. Also, before we do that, let's do a quick subdivision of this. I'm gonna say crease polygroup, do a subdivision, increase all, and do a few more subdivisions. Comparing how that looks before and after. Looks a little bit of that shape, but it's good enough. Let's go ahead and copy and paste. Copy and paste. And finally, let's just move them back in the straps group, and that's it. Now we've successfully punched some holes in our leather straps. Now, very painful. I did realize that we should be placing one more hole probably over here. I'm just going to put an extra hole there in the end to see how that looks. And we'll do it like in a quick hacky way. So what we're going to do next is we're going to start cleaning this up a little bit. So what do I mean? Over here we need to add some noise. We can select all that. So let's make that layer first. Just add some noise to it. Looking fine. Create another layer. Actually, let's bake all. Let's do this. Let's group all that together. Try another color. Then group all this together. Try a different color. We actually have a slight little messy thingy. Like, would have been nice before the subdivisions if we merged those 2 points together, but doesn't really matter. I'm just gonna select all this. Let's grow it out. I'm gonna inflate that a little bit too much. Also, let's drop subdivision and grow it and inflate. Let's polish. This just to add like a little bit of a thingy to it. Then we can just tone that down again. It's looking good. So I want to create some very quick UVs. So we can go to this. Also, let's bake all. I'm happy with that. So let's do like that, outer groups. I want to select all the front pieces. So the one that are facing the camera. Now what I want to do is I'm going to go to visibility. And I want to grow that out. And let's polygroup that, invert it and polygroup. So now we have 2 polygroups. Then what we're going to try is to do an unwrap. Since this is a very dense mesh, I recommend that you do a save before you unwrap. Now let's go ahead and unwrap. So again, UV master and polygroups and symmetry and just unwrap it. So what we can do now is we go to surface, noise, put it to UV. This should have given us like quite a decent result. Then we say alpha on and off. Then we can click on an alpha to use. We're just going to take the basic noise, put that down, and put the strength down or up to get a ladder detail on there. Now I cannot provide you with this map because it's paid. It's the one of texturing XYZ. But you can just use any generic ladder detail map as long as it's displacement. If you don't have one, don't worry too much. Like, the step isn't like necessarily. You're just adding like a ladder detail because it's going to help us out with the detailing step just as a guide, but we're not going to be actually using this. Also, let's go ahead and take this piece and merge it together with this piece before we do that. Let's take a look. We have 4 subdivisions over here. Probably drop one down. We don't need that much. Delete the higher. How many do we have over here? Reconstruct. The 3. So that needs to match perfectly. We just reconstruct it a little bit further. Just to make it easy to create the UVs. We need some UVs for this as well. So this is going to be the same way. We just take an edge. And then we do an outer group. Let's take the front pieces of each, the one that's facing the camera. Let's go ahead and group that all together. Group this together. Just take a quick look how that looks. It's looking all right. I think I'm going to grow this out though by 1. So visibility. Just to try to not see the seam and grow. Ctrl W and Ctrl W. And let's do a quick unwrap. I'm just going to delete the lower. And delete lower. Let's go ahead and merge that down. And let's reconstruct the subdiv. Also, I'm going to do a new unwrap actually, because right now the UV islands have like different sizes. They're not going to be like the same size. I'm just gonna do auto groups with UVs. That's gonna give us like UV groups based on our UV islands. Guess we have a little bit of a mistake there. Actually, before we do another unwrap, let's see the noise. That actually looks fine. If it's like very different, you can just do a quick new unwrap, and that will ensure that it's more or less the same size. But that's looking good already. So let's get to actually sculpting some ladder details. So the first thing that we're gonna do is just gonna create like a little bit of a noise before we actually like sculpt anything. So we're gonna take this noise that we have and we're gonna copy, then just delete. Let's create a new layer. Also, I'm gonna subdivide one more time. Just want to create a big noise to kind of like displace it. I'm gonna go to the first subdivision and apply it. Let's undo that. Let's make sure that the poly paint is properly. Now let's just go with a very small value, maybe 0.1. You can see this just adds like a little bit of a noise to make it look a little bit less like plasticky and a little bit more unnatural. Now I'm gonna go to surface and we're just gonna go edit and paste our ladder back. Now again, this ladder detail is just here to visualize the final look of the ladder. We're not gonna be baking this detail. It's just to see how it looks with the details that we're actually adding in ZBRUSH. And this will be added in Painter. So if we take a quick look at the before and after, you see it becomes a little bit more natural looking with the noise. Now let's get to actually sculpting a little bit of damage. And the first pass that we're going to do is going to be creating like some cracks and whatever, some memory faults. So we're going to take the standard brush. Then we're going to need to change the alpha. Let's take alpha 60. We're going to hold down Alt. That way we can just get some cracks going. So you want to think about where these should be. And they're probably going to be like around all the intersections with the buckles. So I'm just going to turn on symmetry, create a morph target. And don't be like too clean with this, like just punch it in and it will be fine. I'm going to disable the noise, doing something weird. A little bit too big. Gonna check how it's looking on the other side. It's looking good. And I want to make sure that what we're sculpting is actually visible. I'm just gonna place a few like very prominent ones, just to make sure it shows up in the final result. So take a quick look at how visible that is with the noise. So you can see this is barely visible with the actual ladder detail. So we're just going to be putting a little bit of a strong one here and there. It's looking good. Let's create a new layer. Now we're going to be changing from dots to spray. We're just going to be like spraying some strokes here and there all over. This is like the directionality of the ladder that we want. So you can either go like this or like this, doesn't really matter, it's just up to what you prefer. I'm just holding down Alt for all of this. Go ahead and do an auto groups. I want to make sure that I'm spraying some detail on here as well. It's looking good. Let's go ahead and reduce that a little bit. Check out our noise. A bit too strong, maybe 0.5. 0.3. Something like that. Maybe 0.4. Next up, let's take the blob brush. I'm going to be choosing maybe alpha 7. Make sure that's set on spray. I just want to be introducing a little bit more noise. 0.2. It's probably a little bit too much. Something like that. So now that we have some detail down, we can go to Dam Standard. Now this is kind of up to like how much time you have and whatever. Now it's a good idea to kind of just go in and start following some of that detail that you put down. Just to put like some extra stuff here and there. Break up the generic noise. I'm not gonna do this too much, but I just want to show you quickly. Like the idea is whenever you're detailing, that you come in with your alphas and whatever noises, is that you create like some basic information that you can then use to guide yourself into sculpting more detail. Like if the only thing you're doing is just like spraying in detail without like actually hand sculpting, it's going to become very generic and quite boring looking. So it's always a good idea just to come in and do some manual sculpting. I think over here I sculpted a little bit too much and I don't have a morph target. So what we can do is just disable the layer, then do a morph target, enable, go into recording mode. Then we can tone that down again a little bit. Can also add like some directionality to this to kind of hint at stretching of the ladder. Also at this point, like we can go to our buckles and we can hide the low poly. Just kind of see better how it's looking. Also at this point, we can also just go back to our standard brush with our alpha, put this to dots. We can make like some bigger spots quite fast, just to save a little bit of time. All that I'm trying to do is break up that surface noise. For example, everything here looks the same. Like we just track an alpha and it's looking very repeating and there's no breakup. But then if we come in, we just do like a little bit of sculpting here and there, add like a few strong parts. Now if we take a look at this area, we can see, okay, it's repeating here and here, but then over here we get like a big thingy, a little bit of a deeper thing. So we're breaking up that repetitiveness. In this video, we're not going to go like too much into detailing because I want to keep it quite simple. But on like your own version, feel free to go as deep into detailing as you want. So another really nice thing to detail ladder, which helps a lot, is if you zoom in, like right now, everything that we're doing is we're punching things in. We're always going in, but that's not how it works. Ladder is skin. So if this is our skin, right, and we punch something in, wherever we punch it in, you'd expect that next to it, it raises a little bit. That's going to make it look a lot more natural. So what we can do is we can take the standard brush, or the clay is also pretty nice for this one. And then wherever like you have these, especially these deep punch-ins, like if you just go with standard or clay, and then next to it, gotta reset brush. And then next to it, like you start raising the area a little bit. It's gonna make it look very like flashy and and more like real skin instead of like that plastic look. And again, we're just following the work that we did. Let's put the noise just to kind of see that better. And this like super micro detailing. Like usually you wouldn't do this unless like you really want to put like some care and effort into a piece. So if we take a quick look at before and after, you can see that it makes it feel a little bit more like leather and flesh, like actual skin. Go ahead and disable the noise. Let's start fixing some of these intersections. Just gonna put a color. Let's make this into like a crazy color. Gonna bake the layer. Just so we can clearly tell where it's intersecting. So I'm gonna go ahead and hide everything. Also using flat is pretty nice in scenarios like this. Like it allows you to see the intersections really, really easily. And that's the final like detailing thingy that I want to show you. Usually everything just looks super nice and detailed. We come in with clay buildup. And all you do is like put in like little dots like that. Just make them nice and subtle. Put them here and there. You can go a little bit crazy with the shape. This will do a lot for the look of something. And again, it's the same idea. It's just about adding like that repetitiveness up. So if we take a quick look at before and after. So it just adds like a nice little bit of detail here and there. So I want to add some stitches to the straps. My favorite way of getting a stitch is in Maya, just to model a clean stitch. You can do this in any modeling software. So I'm going to be creating a curve, setting 4 points. Then we're going to be pulling this back a little bit. Use soft selection. Something like that. And let's move this to the front. I'm just trying to create a basic stitch shape. Something like that. Looking good. Now what I want to do is I want to go to create sweep mesh. Let's put sides to something low like 4. Change the scale profile. We're just going to be generating a tube. Let's start to end. Let's get some more segments. So try to not go too high with this. Then what we're going to do is go to distribute. So we get like multiple tubes. Let's change this to 3. Scale this up a little bit. Put scale profile down a little bit. So it's like a little bit closer to each other. And scale this up a bit more. Then what we want to do is we want to go ahead and twist. This is going to make it look like a stitch. And to preview it, just go 3 for smooth mesh preview. So we can actually see what it will look like once we subdivide. So this is way too much. So I'm going to twist a little bit less. Maybe add 4. Scale it up a bit. Try to kind of look at it from a distance. Imagine how it will look like. I think we still have a bit too much twisting. Like that's looking good. So the idea is that we want to try to get this like as low as possible without like sacrificing the shape. Because when we have a lot of stitches, it's going to add a lot of like geometry to the scene. I think we can get away with that. And we almost took away half of the poly count. That's looking good to me. Maybe we'll actually go ahead and push this in instead. It's okay. Now we can just go ahead and delete all the history to accept that. Then we can go to deform and want to do a lattice. I just want to take the top and the bottom. I want to scale that down a little bit. And scale up the middle. Just so we get like a little bit of a shape to it. And that's it. So let's delete all the history. Now we can just export this unsubdivided piece back to ZBRUSH. So just import it into an empty CTL. Then what we're going to do is just select any brush. And then go to brush and create. And then say create insert mesh and new. Also when you do this, make sure perspective is turned off and you're looking at it like this way. Just going to redo that. Then we can go back to our armor. Now we're going to go to stroke and say curve mode enabled. Let's go ahead and make a duplicate. Bake down all the layers. Let's also delete one subdivision. This is nice and fast. Now you can see we can start to draw out our stitches. It's not snapping. Let's see, that should be fixed if we put this to dots. Now you can see we can start to draw out our stitches. So we're just going to go ahead and save this brush. So save as. And just save that for later. We're actually going to go ahead and delete the duplicate that we made. Before we put in the stitches, I want to go ahead and like hint where I want the stitches to be. So we're just going to be taking the damn standard. And make sure that you're turning on lazy mouse. Put the value up. Gonna bake down all the layers. Now we're just going to be hinting at where we want our stitches to go. So just going to put in a line. You don't want this to be too close to the border and also not too far away. Just like that, we have all our lines in. Just gonna bake this down. Again, let's duplicate and delete one subdivision. Can even get away with deleting two. Then we can just take our stitches brush. Let's select a good size for. Also, I'm gonna enable dynamic. And let's put that to 1. Let's go ahead and enable lazy mouse. Also make sure this is set down, the depth. We're just going to be looking for the right setting first. Let's hide the original so we can see. That's looking pretty good. Just need to punch it in more deep. Not quite sure why it's not doing anything now. So just reset all brushes and loaded the brush again. Now it seems to be working. So again, I'm looking for the right depth. Now we can also adjust like how close this is to each other. We can go to stroke and curve step. If we put this down, it's going to be closer together, as you can see. Maybe it's a bit too much. Let's go with 0.9. You can also space it further by going in a positive value. That's looking good. So now all that we have to do is just follow the lines that we put in, and that's it. So don't mind if it's like a little bit ugly. We can go ahead and fix that later. Since we already placed the stitches here, I'm just going to go ahead and delete that. Just so it's a little bit easier to put these. So I just control click on the timeline to make sure we're not snapping to the one without the straps deleted. Like whenever something's like doing weird in ZBRUSH, usually you can fix it by just doing a control tap on the timeline. So now let's just go ahead and delete all the straps. And mirror and weld. And let's show our original. And let's go ahead and fix this one up. So I'm just kind of looking at the stitches, seeing if anything looks weird. For example, here we have quite a lot of spacing, so we're just gonna pull that out a little bit. Just trying to make it a little bit more even. And if you want to add a little bit of like a nice detail to the stitches, you can come in with the brush snake hook. If I can find it. Then you just want to take like a few stitches here and there. Also, if your brush is like too big, you can go to the dynamic brush scale. That's in the preference throughout dynamic brush scale. And you can turn that down. So you can go a bit smaller. Then you can just take like a few stitches here and there and just pull on them to kind of break them. Just introduce like a little bit of a mess to some of the stitches. That the threads are a little bit pulled and broken or whatever. So let's add one more smooth subdiv. Maybe another one. That's going to just add like a little bit of a more natural feel to them. Because if they're all like perfectly placed, it looks a little bit strange. Also, if you have like any problems, you just take the move and you fix the intersection. So I'm quite happy with that, so let's just go ahead and apply. We can also add a little bit of a breakup to this. If we go to layers, let's just create a layer, surface and noise. Try to zoom in on a single stitch. Just delete this. We add a noise and apply that. Take a look at before and after. It's just gonna create like a little bit of a more natural looking feel. Also create another one. Just gonna go down in subdivisions and go with like a bigger noise maybe. And apply. I'm gonna need to put this way down. Maybe 0.2. 0.1. 0.04. That's just gonna add like a little bit of a variation to your stitches. So if we go ahead and merge that down, it's just becoming a little bit less perfect. If at any point they become too thick after the noises, you can always do a deflate. Just gonna move that out a little bit. I think they're a little bit too big. So let's go ahead and do a deflate. I think that's looking good. So yeah, that's just a nice easy way to do some stitch work. So let's go ahead and add these little bolts back to the straps. Let's go ahead and make sure everything's in the right place. Also, don't be afraid to use the Move Topology brush, even like if it makes it uneven. You can see it's not a perfect sphere anymore. But this just adds like a little bit of a breakup, I guess, to the shape. Like think about it, like these metal bolts are definitely not going to be like a perfect round sphere in like the older times. But do try to keep them like somewhat roundish. Make sure that you keep a little bit of distance from the stitches. Like when stuff gets too close to each other like this, for example, it just looks a little bit awkward. That's looking good. I'm gonna go ahead and take all of these. Let's just move them down. We're gonna be merging all this stuff together. Now, one thing that I do want you to be aware of is that if you remember, for these, like we cared a lot about the topology, because we're gonna use this for the low poly. Then for these, we don't care about the topology because I'm planning on just baking that down onto the texture in the normal map. But if you wanted to keep this as like actual topology, it would have been a good idea as well to care about the topology, of course. So I'm just going to merge all these down. Now I don't care about like a clean topology, but I want something that we can sculpt with. So I'm just going to put that in half and half. I'm going to check the lowest subdivision on this. I'm going to try to like make sure this is even the density. Maybe one more time in half. So the density is the same, more or less. And check the subdivisions, we have 6. I'm just going to give this 6 subdivisions as well. Now I'm going to be merging that down. So you can see now we still have our subdivision. So we don't lose our low poly. And the reason why I want to merge them all together is because I want to do like some really quick detail on them, because right now they're looking super boring. Just going to create a layer and come in with the H polish. Now pretty much want to be like polishing up a little bit the ones at the front mostly, because those are the ones we're going to be seeing the most. I just want to add like some denting and whatever, just to make sure they're not perfect spheres. Like imagine they've been hammered in, they got some blunt damage and whatever. And I'm not doing this with symmetry because it's a very fast pass. So it's not really worth it to have symmetry on it. Now for these little ones, we are going to activate symmetry because we don't really care about them. I mean, of course we care a little bit, but like you're not actually going to be looking at them. They're just there to add like some detailing to the straps. Also, since we're baking these, I want to try to make these a little bit more flat. And these we don't want to have as flat because we're not going to be baking them either. Like we're going to need to justify adding the topology there, if that makes sense. If we end up with like something that's very flat, like extreme example like this, there'd be no point in keeping this as geometry, as we could just bake it down. Something like that. So quick before and after. See, it just looks a little bit less fake. Can also do some quick noise. See if we still have the noise on here. Nope, not the right one that I want. Default noise doesn't look horrible. I'm just gonna apply that. See, it adds quite a nice touch. Then let's do one more noise. Do a really, really quick detail on it. Just gonna take the 47, maybe 40, and go to spray. We're just gonna be spraying some very tiny dots on them. Just adding some fine detail here and there, like it adds a lot to how detailed stuff looks. Again, you can see me working very carefree when I'm doing this, because I don't care how it looks. All I care about is that it has some information. We're just going to be morphing some of this stuff out. Just break that up a bit so we don't have so much. But again, this is what you do a lot of times when you're surfacing. You don't need to be too careful with how it looks. Just worry about adding information. Especially if it's like something subtle like this. It's a very subtle effect that you don't really see, so you don't want to be spending time on it. We're going to do one more pass. Just to fix up the shape of some of these that got like a little bit too blobby looking after the noise. Some of these smaller ones got quite Play-Doh-y. I'm not doing this with symmetry, because when we apply the noise, it's not a symmetrical operation. Like this breaks the symmetry, so if we fix up the shape with symmetry, it's going to still be wrong at one side. So when you're doing this, be careful that you turn off symmetry. The shapes of the big ones look fine. Just going to be baking down all the layers since we're done with that. Also, when it comes down to baking layers, I advise to mostly bake the layers when you're done with like detailing a pass, because this adds a lot of like storage to the CTL. The files will get really big. At some point, if you ever like need to like get rid of the detail that you did, you can just like drop down a few subdivisions, do a polish and polish again, and it's pretty easy to just to nuke any of the detailing if you need to. So as a final detail on the metal, I want to go ahead and add some dents. I'm going to take the standard. Maybe let's try drag rectangle. Hold down Alt. We just want to dent the metal underneath the rivets. So there's a little bit of information. Gonna be able to see this better if we change to a metallic surface. So you can see we're getting like some impact around it. This really helps to integrate like little elements like this to make it feel grounded. Whenever you're doing this, make sure it's on a layer, because you probably want to go back and forward with the strength. The key is to keep this nice and subtle. If you think the look is too soft of like the denting, you can mess around with the focal shift. Get a softer or harder transition. I think the default's fine. So now, if we go ahead and turn this off and on, you can see it makes quite a nice little difference. You can see it just feels a little bit more like grounded. The same for the ladder. It's going to be doing this with symmetry. Then we do have a few things to fix here and there. Getting some intersections. So we had a pretty ugly shaped one over there. Again, I want to push these in a little bit more, since we are going to bake them down. If they stick out a bit too much, it can look a little awkward on the bake. If you do want to create like a really nice looking render, I obviously don't recommend to bake this down. But I think it's useful to show you different ways of doing stuff like this. Like whenever you're working on a game, like it's almost certain that you'll bake this down, this type of detail. Unless you're working on maybe like a super crazy cinematic asset. Just gonna push that dent to be a little bit stronger, maybe 1.4. Just checking one last time for intersections and maybe things to kind of move. That's going to be it. So yeah, that's going to be it for the high poly. In the next part, we're going to take a look at how we can do the low poly and all the baking. Again, if you're interested in getting all the project files and the final high poly scene, you can go ahead and go to the Patreon in the link in the description, and all the files will be shared there. So I hope you enjoyed and learned something.